Hi, I'm Ty. I was only 2 years old when the first Cars movie came out, and I've had a lifelong love for the series ever since. I've collected the diecasts, I've watched every new piece of Cars content that's come out, and for the past 6 years now, I've been running this very YouTube channel where I make videos about the Cars series almost every single day. Last February, I released a video called the Disney-Pixar Cars Iceberg Explained, a video where I broke down my own custom-made Cars Iceberg chart. The video did really well, and I released a follow-up in September, the same day that Cars on the Road released. But I knew I couldn't just stop at 2. Even when I was making the second iceberg, I knew that I was going to go back and make a third one and include everything that I couldn't include before. I wanted to make sure that this third iceberg video was the most comprehensive one I could possibly make, containing every piece of Cars trivia that I could possibly think of. When I made the first 2 icebergs, I kept a list both times of everything I wanted to include on the iceberg but wasn't able to. My first step in making this third Cars iceberg was to take everything I'd written on that list and throw it onto this third iceberg. That resulted in over 100 entries, over 100 things cut from the first 2 that I now had to record for the third one. And then I just kept adding. I just kept adding and adding and adding. I added a ton of stuff from Cars on the Road. I added a ton of new trivia that I've learned, or trivia that I'd forgotten in years past. And I added a bunch of things that you guys had suggested for me, both in my YouTube comments and on my Discord server. I really couldn't make this video without the constant support from all of you guys. This video wouldn't exist if the first 2 icebergs hadn't both done so well, and it also wouldn't exist without the help of my editors. Rashid Reviews, who edited 10 segments of the iceberg, RobinTalesFighter, who edited 30 segments of the iceberg, and AquaMarina, who edited 60 segments of the iceberg. Once again, huge thank you to the 3 of you. I would not be able to get this video out on time if it weren't for you 3. Now, I guess we should go over what an iceberg chart is one last time. For those of you who don't know, it's a pretty common way of sharing trivia about different topics on the internet. It's been a pretty popular format for the past few years now. It's simple. The tip of the iceberg is the most commonly known knowledge, and as you go further and further down the chart, tier by tier, things get more and more obscure. You get it by now. This has been a popular image format for several years at this point, and this is the third of these videos I've done. It no longer needs an explanation, but just like with the second iceberg, things on the top layer of this iceberg are probably going to be quite a bit more obscure than what was on the top layer of the first iceberg. Things are just generally more obscure in this iceberg for the most part. Anyway, with all that out of the way, get ready, because it's time for the Disney-Pixar Cars Iceberg Part 3. Let's begin with Layer 1. Movies. How was it I did 2 full Cars icebergs without dedicating a segment to the Cars movies themselves? Currently, there are 5 movies in the World of Cars franchise. Up first, there was Cars, released on June 9th, 2006. This was followed up by Cars 2 on June 24th, 2011, Planes, which launched on August 9th, 2013, followed up by Planes, Fire and Rescue the following year on July 14th, and finally, most recently, Cars 3 on June 16th, 2017. Those were just the US release dates. Specific release dates vary a bit from country to country. These are currently the only 5 movies in the World of Cars franchise, and there are no other movies currently in development. A few Cars spin-off movies in the same vein as Planes and Planes Fire and Rescue have been cancelled over the years. We've talked about a few in the other icebergs, and we'll actually talk about some more a bit later. Carified geography and architecture. All throughout the Cars series, we see naturally formed land masses that look like car parts. Take, for example, Cadillac Range and Willys Butte and Radiator Springs. I guess you could argue that these were man-made, or rather car-made, like somebody carved Cadillac Range out of a mountain. I guess so. It would be the equivalent of making a mountain that looks like human legs. So, yeah, whether the geography of the Cars universe is all man-made, car-made to look like car parts, or if it just naturally was created that way, it's a design motif we see all throughout the Cars series. Another design motif we see all throughout the Cars series is carified architecture, with different buildings and such incorporating large versions of car parts as part of their designs. It must be so fun to work as a Pixar background animator or set designer on a Cars series, and to be able to just design all these different car designs in the buildings and design land masses to represent parts of vehicles. Although, again, I can't help but think that these cars using car designs in their buildings is kind of like if the Eiffel Tower were made out of a bunch of pieces of metal shaped like human arms in real life. Get her done. Get her done is one of Larry the Cable Guy's many, many catchphrases. And since Larry the Cable Guy voices Mater, it's made its way into Mater's lingo as well. A lot of Mater's quotes throughout the Cars series are just famous Larry the Cable Guy catchphrases. Get her done is easily the most well-known of those, and it's really sort of taken on a second life, not just as a Larry the Cable Guy quote, but as a Mater quote. Lightyear tires. A parody of the real-world company Goodyear, Lightyear tires have appeared all throughout the Cars series, most prominently being worn by Lightning McQueen and the rest of the Piston Cup racers. Of course, it's not only a play on Goodyear, but also a reference to Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story. A lot of people know about Lightyear tires, obviously. Much like Dynaco, it's one of those things that started off as sort of an Easter egg, but kind of just completely became its own thing. It goes far beyond just being a reference to Buzz Lightyear. It's its own thing within the Cars series. While everybody knows about Lightyear tires, one thing very few people know is that there's an additional Easter egg on the tires. If you look very closely in a couple of close-up shots in the first Cars movie, you can see that inscribed into the rubber of the tire is Sector 4 Gamma Quadrant, the location Buzz Lightyear states when he crash lands on Andy's room in the first Toy Story. This is something I've never seen depicted on any piece of Cars merchandise ever, and I don't even think it's in the Cars sequels. I don't think it's written on the tires anymore. Again, showing that Lightyear tires have kind of gone beyond just a simple Easter egg. Playsets. From buildings to track sets to stunt sets to whatever that is, playsets have been a staple of the Cars diecast line since the very beginning. Playsets are released every single year and come in all shapes and sizes based off of all sorts of different things. They also typically come packed with one or more Cars characters, with these being plastic recreations of the diecasts. Just to, keep the price of the set down, and also it's cheaper and easier to produce, of course. In the last Iceberg, we discussed the Precision Series Radiator Springs buildings, which I would consider to be more display sets or diorama sets than play sets, but they still are basically play sets. The other, probably most notable Cars playset line is the Story Set series, which started in 2014 and introduced an interconnecting track system for your Cars diecasts. The Story Set branding was dropped a few years later, but the connectors lived on, being used in nearly every playset that released with the launch of Cars 3. Story Set connectors were then used intermittently in playsets here and there afterwards, until being replaced with a new system with smaller connectors in 2022 when Cars on the Road came out. Unfortunately, there is no way currently to connect your old story sets to your new ones. I don't know why they chose to use a new story set connection system. In my opinion, it just feels like making something new for the sake of it, but I think it's really unfortunate because now you've created a proprietary track system that only connects to other things in its track system and can't connect to the previous things. Whatever, it's story sets at the end of the day. I don't think anyone really cares that much. Plastic cars. Nearly every Cars playset comes with at least one plastic version of a Cars diecast. This has been the trend for years. It's very, very rare that we get a full metal car included in a playset. Typically, you'll just get a cheaper plastic one with stickers on it that is still in scale with the 155 scale cars and uses basically the same mold, just made out of plastic instead of metal. These cars typically have a weight inside of them to give them a bit of weight so that they could work well in the playsets. Over the years, we've actually received a few playset exclusive plastic cars that don't have a metal equivalent. For example, there's a Muddy Radiator Springs Mcqueen and a Muddy Jackson Storm that came with a playset back in 2021. There have also been some unique expression variants only given to plastic playset cars, and probably more notably is that currently we don't have a metal version of Super Speed Mater from Cars on the Road, but we do have a plastic playset version. Color Changers. The Color Changers line is a very popular subdivision of the Cars diecast line, but the cars released in it aren't actually diecast metal. Instead, these are plastic cars that change color when dipped in hot or ice-cold water. They also change colors when they're exposed to warm or cold temperatures, but they're advertised to be used with water as that expedites the process. Each color changer has two colors, your warm color and your cold color, and they've been consistently released since 2010. Now, there have been a few times where the color changers have gone on hiatus for a few years. In 2013, they took a break until around 2015 or 2016, and after 2016, they weren't seen again until 2020. But color changers have been a very consistently released part of the Cars diecast line for several years, and we've been getting several new ones every few months ever since 2020. They're a really cool and fun subline of the Cars series, and they're pretty fun to mess around with. They've also made way for a bunch of different playsets, all of which incorporate the water color changing aspects, of course. And they've created quite the wide range of characters, although there are still several characters who are waiting to get color changers. There isn't a regular color changer of Chick Hicks, but we've gotten 6 Mcqueens from on the road. 6 while I'm recording this, because I bet you by the time this video is out, they've announced like 3 more. TROC. The TROC, or Transcontinental Race of Champions, was a series of races that the World Grand Prix racers did after the World Grand Prix, with each of these being in a different country with different stipulations that caused the cars to be modified. These races included the Neon Race, which took place in Tokyo, the Ice Race, which took place in Russia, the Carbon Race, which took place in Germany, and the Carnival Race, which took place in Brazil. There's also the Silver Race, which, as discussed in one of my previous Iceberg videos, was not originally one of the TROC races, but it was retconned into one when its toy line was re-released in 2015. The TROC existed across toy lines, in books, Cars magazine comics, and more places from 2014 to 2016. There was even a Neon Racers and Ice Racers update in the Cars Fast as Lightning game. According to the Neon Racers storybook and a cloth wrapping paper that came with a 2014 Cars Comic-Con exclusive box set, Carla Veloso was the winner of the Neon Race, while I believe a comic reveals that Raul won the Ice Race. We don't know the winners of any of the other races, but several different races were, as I already said, featured in comics, including a rally race which didn't get any diecasts. The TROC is one of the most well-known Cars Expanded Universe lines to this day, and it's basically the basis of all of the Expanded Universe lines we get nowadays. Lines giving us variants of different racers with big marketing pushes across different mediums, all started here with the TROC. XRS. The XRS, or Extreme Racing Series, acted as a spiritual successor to the TROC. While the TROC created new variants of Cars 2 World Grand Prix racers, the XRS created new variants, races, and scenarios for the Cars 3 Piston Cup racers. There were 3 different XRS lines. Up first in early 2019, the XRS Mud Racers. Then in mid-2019, the XRS Drag Racers, and in early 2020, the XRS Rocket Racers. Each of these took a pretty random assortment of Cars 3 racers, although each series featured a Lightning, Cruise, and Jackson Storm, and gave them interesting and unique new modifications. For Mattel's diecast line, the XRS cars were sold for $2 more than a regular single, being priced at $6 in the US instead of $4, and this was because each of them included a unique gimmick. The Mud Racers had suspension, the Drag Racers had moving pistons, and the Rocket Racers had spinning flames and a blast wall accessory. Mattel stopped producing XRS diecasts by the end of 2020. By then, we'd had 3 waves of mud racers, only 1 wave of drag racers, and 3 waves of rocket racers. However, while Mattel stopped, the Disney Store continued to make XRS cars of their own, typically just doing their own takes on the ones that Mattel had already done. When people think of XRS, most people think of the Mattel line, and rightfully so, but there was a line of XRS cars from the Disney Store, and there were also several other pieces of merchandise that featured the XRS designs. However, unlike the TROC, the stories behind these lines were never really published. There was never an XRS book telling the story behind these races, or a comic or anything. There was just a little blurb on the back of the packaging, which I think is kind of unfortunate, because this is a fun concept that would have been nice to have a bit more of a canon backstory for, other than 1 paragraph on the back of the diecasts. Launchers. Launchers have been a pretty consistent toy released throughout the Cars diecast line since 2008. They come in many shapes and forms, and every few years we get a few new ones in a new style before they disappear for a few years before showing up again. Different types of launchers have included ones based off of pit rows. Some have pitties at the end that you push down and launch. Sometimes they have the ability to connect to other launchers. Sometimes you have to push down a gas canister to launch them instead. Sometimes the launcher is fashioned after a giant Lightyear tire. There have been a wide variety of different types of Cars launchers over the years, with the most recent style being first released in 2022, and now, I believe, continuing into 2023, although we haven't gotten any new releases for it since 2022. I still see them on store shelves, though. Compared to playsets, which typically include plastic cars, launchers always include a metal diecast of the character whose launcher it's for. And of course, the way that these work is simply you push the car back into it, then you press down on something, and they get launched out. Characters named after Pixar employees. It's become a tradition at this point to name new Cars background characters that are getting merchandise releases after Pixar employees. I'd say a good half of Cars diecasts based on background characters nowadays are named after Pixar employees, carifying their names and throwing vehicle puns in there. That's the way it's been for years, and with so many people employed at Pixar, I'm sure there's no sign of stopping. If you're a Cars fan, you may have trouble while watching the credits of a Pixar movie because every other name will remind you of a Cars character named after that worker. Motto. Motto is Tow Mater's older sister, introduced in the final episode Cars on the Road Getting Hitched, after being alluded to throughout the entire series. While we've been introduced to several members of Mater's family over the years, most notably his cousins, Mater having a sister was something new created for Cars on the Road, where the entire plot is that he's trying to get to her wedding. When we meet Motto in the final episode of the series, she's depicted as being very competitive, to the point where Mater didn't really like her. And this is Mater we're talking about. Mater likes literally everyone. So for him to not like his sister, it really says something about just how competitive she is. With the help of Cruz, who just so happens to be great at family therapy, Mater and Motto make up by the end of the episode, and Mater has a whole speech at her wedding about how much he respects her and his other friends. Moving forward, I wonder if we'll ever see Motto again. Who knows? Then again, in the credit scene of Cars on the Road, she and her husband Mateo are stuck in that tire maze. They may be in there for a while. Anyway, Motto is a pretty interesting character. I really like her design. A lot of people were talking about how she isn't a tow truck, but, I think that's perfectly fine. Not every car that's related to another car has to be the exact same type of car. The popular fan theory is that they were probably just made by the same company, and that's all there is to it. Of course, Motto's name being Motto is a play on tomato, just like how Mater being Tow Mater is a play on tomato. So you have tomato and tomato, although whether or not Tow comes before Motto's name is currently unconfirmed. Speed Demon. The Speed Demon is a character introduced in the 3rd Cars on the Road episode Salt Fever, and she's a pretty strange one, which is why I had to put her here on the Iceberg. The Speed Demon exists as an urban legend out on the Salt Flats. Racers will warn each other to watch out for the speed demon before going off. And when Mater goes incredibly fast later on in the episode and crashes, we finally get to meet her. The speed demon is basically a hallucination that cars who go too fast and crash have, and she's practically a representation of death in the Cars universe. That's really what she is. If you go too fast and you crash, you're gonna see the speed demon. It's just sort of a metaphor that, yeah, you're gonna go so fast you die. And when Mater goes so fast and almost dies, he hallucinates the speed demon car. She's painted all black, she has these metallic angel wings, she's like an angel of death for the Cars universe. So cars will warn each other, watch out for the speed demon, because if you go too fast and you see the speed demon like Mater does here, you're probably gonna die. Mater opens his door. The speed demon scene in the Salt Flats episode of Cars on the Road is just one of the strangest scenes in the entire Cars series, and this moment in it was so strange that I had to dedicate its own entry for it. I couldn't just throw it into the last entry with the speed demon. I just had to discuss separately the fact that in order for Mater to get back into his body, he opens up his door and flies inside. That's right, he opens his door. This image is incredibly cursed. It is, I believe, the first and only time we have ever seen a Cars character open their door. We don't see what's inside Mater, obviously, but yeah, he opens his door and flies inside. And again, just the visual of Mater with his door open just looks so off. Mater's family is rich. I feel like people are just sort of overlooking the fact that Mater's family is rich and he grew up in a mansion. This is something that we just learned in Cars on the Road. Mater grew up rich in a mansion, and I guess at some point moved to Radiator Springs. It's a new detail that Cars on the Road has introduced, and I just think it's kind of funny. And honestly, it kind of fits Mater that he grew up rich and he went off on his own to start a new life, made a lot of friends along the way. I could kind of see that for him. Doug Crankle's color. Probably one of the most well-known Cars diecast errors in recent memory is the color scheme of Doug Crankle. Doug Crankle is the name given to the zombie car we see in the Cars on the Road Episode B movie. The guy who is playing the zombie car in the zombie alien movie that they're making in that episode. In the show, he and the other zombie cars are green with big green fake brains, but when the diecast came out, people were very confused to see that they were gray with a big fake green brain. It was later confirmed by Mattel that Disney originally planned to have the zombies be gray with green brains, and then changed it very late in the game to green with green brains, and by the time they changed it, the diecast was already being made, so it was too late to change the diecast to be accurate. Hopefully, now that we know the truth behind this error, we'll get a corrected Doug at some point down the line with the accurate color, but only time will tell. Ghosts. Something I didn't expect about Cars on the Road was just how out there some of it was going to be. This show gets incredibly crazy for no good reason, but I absolutely adore that aspect of it. And now we have ghosts! We have ghosts in Cars on the Road. In the second episode, Lights Out, Lightning and Mater end up in a supposedly haunted hotel, and during the middle of the night, Lightning drives off and sees a bunch of ghosts. He assumes that none of this was real, but at the very end, Randy, the hearse who runs the hotel, pops out of a painting and reveals himself to be a ghost. This really sort of acts like how the Cars tunes do. Was everything real? Was it not real? We'll never know. Lightning's fear of clowns. The Cars on the Road episode Showtime revealed something new about Lightning's character. That being that he is incredibly afraid of clowns. It makes sense, it's a very common fear in media and also in real life. Throughout the episode, Lightning sort of gets over his fear, but I kind of like the fact that by the end he doesn't really fully. It's pretty funny just how uncomfortable Mcqueen is the entire time that he's watching the circus. I highly doubt this is a reference, but I can't help but be reminded of the Cars 2 deleted opening scene where Lightning is attacked by clown pitties and the tall tale that Mater is telling. Motor Speedway of the South set. Released in 2008, Exclusively to members of the Hot Wheels Redline Club, the Motor Speedway of the South set is the largest Cars multi-pack ever released, featuring 36 cars, one of each of the Piston Cup racers from the Motor Speedway of the South race at the beginning of the first Cars movie. At the time, this was the first release of non-rubber tire variants for the majority of Piston Cup cars, and it notably features two diecasts that are still exclusive to the pack to this day. The most well-known one being the Apple car, who was only ever released here. But an exclusive variant of Dale Earnhardt Jr. using the Nitroid mold instead of his own unique mold that his regular diecast used is also exclusive to this pack. While this version of Dale would get a rubber tires variant later on, this is the only way to get the non-rubber tires Nitroid body Dale. Only a few thousand were made, and now the 36 pack goes for thousands of dollars online. Race Damaged Mood Springs. Race Damaged Mood Springs is pretty infamous for being the most expensive regular Cars diecast single online. This guy was released in 2010 as part of the Final Lap collection, but nowadays he fetches hundreds of dollars on eBay and other online retailer sites, and honestly, I can completely see why. This is probably one of, if not the best looking Cars diecasts ever made. Everything about it is perfect. The shaping is absolutely incredible. The face is amazing. It literally looks like you pulled Chuck Armstrong after his crash right out of the screen in the first Cars movie and made him into a diecast. It's no wonder this guy is so expensive. This is such a good looking diecast. I don't have the privilege of owning a Race Damaged Mood Springs. I know a lot of people also don't. Many fans are hoping that someday he'll get a re-release. And honestly, with Mattel re-releasing previously very rare cars like Race Damaged the King and Ben Dordan, I don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility. Only time will tell. Let's hope we see him again someday. After all, he can still race, right? Keith Ferguson. Keith Ferguson is the voice actor who typically portrays Lightning McQueen when Owen Wilson isn't available. He's played Lightning in several of the Cars video games and most of the Cars tunes. And in all honesty, for most of my life, I didn't even know that Owen Wilson didn't voice McQueen in the Mater's Tall Tales. He didn't. It was all Keith Ferguson. His Lightning McQueen voice is spot on, in my opinion. It's really impressive. I think he's a great voice actor. And, most people just think of Owen Wilson when they think of Lightning McQueen, but there are a ton of times where Keith Ferguson played him instead, and I think he really deserves to be acknowledged. In addition to voicing Lightning McQueen, Keith Ferguson has done an absolute ton of voice work over the years. You might know him for voicing Reaper in Overwatch, Blue in Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, and Lord Hater in Wander Over Yonder. Tomica. Japan has its own special line of Cars diecasts. The Tomica Cars diecast line, produced by Takara Tomy, and has released several Cars every year since, with items based on all three Cars movies, the Cars tunes, Cars on the Road, and even some merchandise exclusive lines like the Thomasville Racers, the Rusty's Wraps line, and some of their own concepts, including some special Lightning McQueen Day cars that they do basically every year, and some other special anniversary items, as well as a line featuring the Radiator Springs Townies as rescue vehicles. So, yeah, a lot of different stuff. A lot of stuff based off of the movies, shorts, and show, and then a lot of stuff that is their own design or based off of toy lines. The interesting thing about the Tomica Cars line, other than the fact that it's made primarily in Japan, is the fact that these Cars diecasts are 1/64 scale, the same scale as a Hot Wheels car, compared to the slightly larger 1/55 scale that Mattel's cars are. Prototype images. Have you ever wondered why the images of Cars diecasts on the back of card backs often look different than the items themselves? Well, that's because ever since the very beginning, the Cars diecast line has often used prototype images when showing off their characters on places like card backs, checklist posters, and even online. There are many characters whose official online images are just sort of prototype images. In the first Iceberg, I talked about the very strange 2006 Cars prototypes and how different they look. Luckily, none of those images are used anymore, other than DJs for some reason, which has just become the go-to image for a DJ diecast. It's not even accurate anymore after they changed his stripes from blue to the accurate green all the way back in like 2010. But yeah, prototype images are used all over the Cars diecast line, and I just thought that was interesting to point out in case you didn't know. Lego Cars. In 2010, Lego and Disney officially announced a new partnership deal and began releasing Cars Lego Duplo sets almost immediately afterwards. In 2011, a Lego Cars theme was introduced into the Lego system, making sets based off of the newly released Cars 2, as well as several based off of the first movie. This line continued into early 2012, where it was given another wave in January of that year, but was discontinued afterwards. Much like many of Lego's brief license tie-ins, it only lasted around a year with just 2 waves. Lego Duplo car sets continue to be released every once in a while, still to this day. A new one just released for 2023. But the only other time we saw Lego system car sets was in 2017 when a new wave was released to coincide with Cars 3. However, unlike the original Lego Cars line, all the Cars 3 sets were branded under the Lego Juniors series. Lego Juniors is a subdivision introduced in 2014 featuring easier to build sets that still use Lego's regular pieces. Nowadays, it's referred to as Lego 4 Plus, and all of the Cars 3 sets were released as Junior sets. Bigfoot. In Cars on the Road episode The Legend, Lightning and Mater encounter cryptid hunters who are trying to track down Bigfoot. Several people have pointed out that it's kind of strange that they refer to Bigfoot as Bigfoot and not like Big Wheel or Big Tires or something, since, cars don't have feet. I find this really strange because the Cars series typically takes literally every chance for a pun that it can possibly take, even when they just kind of don't fit. This this is a strange missed opportunity. Really weird that they didn't call it Big Tire or Big Wheel. Well, I guess that second one was already taken by Marvel. Globey. Globey is the mascot for the World Grand Prix in Cars 2. He's a globe with 4 wheels, a spoiler, and a little face. He appears in World Grand Prix billboards and advertisements all over Cars 2. But his most prominent appearance in the movie is probably when Professor Z falls on a giant inflatable of him. This inflatable was the basis for his incredible 2019 diecast, which was a Super Chase release. That's one of my favorite Cars diecasts ever. And honestly, we really need some more Globey merchandise. One of the only other pieces of Globey merchandise I can think of is the squinky, gumball machine dispenser Globey, which is also amazing, but come on, Disney. You're sitting on a gold mine here. You know how many people I know who would buy Globey t-shirts? Probably not many, but at least 2 or 3. I know I would, at the very least. Slap him on a t-shirt, let's go. New Rear-Endia. New Rear-Endia was a former European colony that recently gained independence as of the time of Cars 2. Rip Klutchgonski was the World Grand Prix racer representing the country in the race. That's really all we know about New Rear-Endia, other than the name of one of its cities, Wheelie, which is where Rip Klutchgonski comes from. We don't even know where in Europe New Rear-Endia is. The Cars Wiki speculates that it could have previously been a Nordic colony. I don't know how much backing that has. Now, New Rear-Endia is interesting because it's the only fictional country in the World Grand Prix. Every other car comes from a real country. This was probably done because, as I discussed in the first Cars Iceberg, Rip Klutchgonski was originally supposed to die in Cars 2. So, having him represent a fictional country would make sense. You wouldn't want to have a car representing a real country be killed off when your movie is supposed to be released internationally to a family audience all around the world. You don't want to get any bad press or offend anybody in other parts of the world, so it makes perfect sense to have him be from a fictional country. And now, in the final version of Cars 2 and beyond, where Rip is still alive and well in the Cars universe, it is kind of funny that he comes from a fictional location. NASCAR. In early 2021, the Cars NASCAR crossover diecast line was launched. Easily one of the coolest Cars Expanded Universe toy lines ever released. It took several different Piston Cup racers from Cars 3 and gave them brand new designs. From what I've heard, these were apparently designed by people at NASCAR, not Disney and Pixar. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I did hear that when these were first coming out. And the designs are pretty cool. Some of them are sort of hit or miss, but they are definitely pretty cool, and it's a really cool concept for a crossover, having professional car designers design these toy cars. In addition to Lightning, Jackson, and Cruz, who was sold exclusively in a 5-pack, we were also given Crew Chief Mater, who's kind of weird, and Pit Crew Luigi and Guido, and new paint jobs for the next gens in Cars 3 that were voiced by and based off of real-world NASCAR racers. Chase Race-A-Lot, Bubba Wheelhouse, and Ryan Inside Laney were all given brand new paint jobs that now incorporated their racers' real-world numbers at the time. But what this line is easily most remembered for are the brand new next-gen racers created for it. They wanted to create new racers parodying NASCAR racers who hadn't been parodied in the Cars series before. And for their sponsors, they made an absolutely genius decision. Several Piston Cup sponsors created for the first Cars movie didn't return in Cars 3. This left fans for several years after creating their very own custom designs for what racers of these sponsors would have looked like if they had been in Cars 3. The NASCAR line took this long-running fan concept of using the old sponsors and giving them new designs for next gens, and decided to do it for the new NASCAR line racers. And I just think that is the coolest thing. It was such a clever way to make new racers, and just such a cool way to pay tribute to Cars fans and just the history of the Cars series. Racers released included Karsten Ace Dillon, named after Austin Dillon and racing for Sidewall Shine, Gogo Logano, named after Joey Logano and racing for Fiber Fuel, William Byrev, named after William Byron and racing for Shifty Drug, Eric Almirola, named after Eric Almirola and racing for Retread, and the next year in 2022, we got Rowdy Revin Bush, named after Kyle Busch and racing for, of all things, Chick Hicks's sponsor HTB, which it still baffles me that they made a next-gen HTB racer as an official Cars product. Unfortunately, after 3 releases in 2022, which changed the style of wheels on the cars to more closely resemble the next-gen wheels that NASCAR was debuting, they canceled the line. Yeah, no Taco Mint car was made, but don't you worry, you could get Lightning McQueen with and without next-gen wheels, because he got an updated next-gen wheel variant in 2022. This line is still easily one of the coolest things I've ever seen Mattel do for the Cars Diecast line, and I hope we see more like it in the future. Fireball Beach Racers. This was a line released in 2018 exclusively at Target, which featured Lightning, Cruz, Luigi, Guido, Mater, and many of the next gens from Cars 3 with sand details on them, around their tires, on their tires and wheels, on their bases, and they were all given this very unique sort of sandy overspray, which was honestly pretty cool at the time. Nowadays, looking back on it, the line is a little boring, to be honest, but hey, this was our first ever post-Cars 3 Expanded Universe line, and it was also the first way to get the character Michael Roeder before his regular diecast released, so people were pretty excited about it at the time. Later, Cars 3 Expanded Universe lines were at least nice enough to change up the character designs. This one didn't do that, other than, removing Jackson Storm's rookie stripes to make him more movie accurate, because of course this race would take place after Cars 3, but yeah, they didn't really change up much. Thomasville Racing Legends. The Thomasville Racing Legends line was an expanded universe line released in 2018, a few months after the Fireball Beach Racers. While the Fireball Beach Racers were Target exclusives, these cars were Walmart exclusives, and the concept behind them was pretty cool. This line took different Piston Cup racers from Cars 3, and gave them paint jobs commemorating different racers from the 1950s flashbacks. This was probably inspired by Lightning's fabulous Lightning McQueen paint job from the end of Cars 3, which of course commemorates Doc Hudson. And for the record, in this line, no, they didn't give Lightning a different racer to commemorate. Instead, they made a pretty cool metallic edition of fabulous Lightning McQueen. This line had 2 waves, a first wave with 5 or so cars, and then a second wave with 2. Tomica did some of their own Thomasville racers, which included releases that weren't in Mattel's line, including the King and Cruise, and a 5-pack was planned at one point with an exclusive release of Thomasville Darren Leadfoot, but this was cancelled and Darren was never released. Demolition Derby cars and Ivy's flashback. In the Cars on the Road episode The Legend, we see what made Ivy go into exile, that being that she failed at crushing cars. These cars in her flashback are actually the Demolition Derby racers from Cars 3. Some of them have slightly different designs. For example, Fishtail has a different color scheme. Fishtail also actually has a voice line here, which is pretty fun. Some other characters include Taco, who completely reuses his design from Cars 3, and Blind Spot, who seemingly has had her racing numbers and logos removed. So this, in addition to Fishtail having a different color scheme, has sort of sparked a debate as to whether or not these are supposed to be the Demolition Derby cars, but at the end of the day, I don't really think it matters. I don't think Pixar thought into it as hard as fans are, really. These are simply a group of damaged, rusty cars that she was going to jump over. Are they the Demolition Derby cars from a canon standpoint? Yeah, probably. Maybe some of them had different paint jobs at this time. In the case of Blind Spot, she doesn't have a racing logo, so maybe this is just what she looks like daily. Fishtail, maybe it's a different character. Maybe it is Fishtail with a different color scheme. Who knows? I don't think it really matters. Again, from the perspective of the showrunners, these were just damaged cars for her to jump over. Also, side note, in the middle of all these Demolition Derby cars, one of them is just a random, 1950s style racer from Cars 3. I don't know what he's doing here, but cool. Mad Max references. The Cars on the Road episode Road Rumblers is full of references to the Mad Max series, with the most prominent one just being the whole aesthetic of these souped-up vehicles full of weapons. Obviously, Mad Max and especially Mad Max Fury Road were probably huge inspirations for this episode. Additionally, there are a few more specific references, like, for example, the pity on a massive drum apparatus is a reference to all of the very over-the-top instruments from the Mad Max series. And then, of course, there's the place where Lightning and Mater are forced to fight, the Thunder Cone, named after the Thunder Dome from Mad Max. Convention exclusives. Over the years, we've gotten many special Cars diecasts that have been released as convention exclusives. The first one was a metallic Lightning Storm Mcqueen, released exclusively at San Diego Comic-Con in 2008. The trend of making Cars Comic-Con exclusives continued for several years, giving us unique cars in light-up diorama displays or special metallic releases. In 2013, we got a Cars D23 exclusive, that being the massive Convoy Brothers. Then in 2015, at the next D23, Big Al was released. This was the only way we were ever able to get these massive characters in the Cars diecast line. Unfortunately, there have been no Comic-Con or D23 exclusives since 2017, when we got this special pack showing how a Mcqueen diecast is made, a special metallic cruise release from Jada, and Sally's Cozy Cone alarm clock, which isn't a Cars diecast line item, but it still is a convention exclusive piece of Cars merchandise. It was sad to see what was once a staple of collecting Cars diecasts, that being these massive convention exclusive sets, no longer existing and fizzling out over time. It's really a shame. It would be a great way to get some massive characters. Even if not everyone can get their hands on them, it would at least be nice to have those releases out there, but oh well. We'll have to see if they ever come back. Racers got names later. At this point, you may have forgotten that the Piston Cup racers from the first Cars movie didn't originally have their own names. When they were first released, they were just referred to by their sponsor names, Leakless, Nitrate, etc. It wasn't until a few years later, in 2008, with the Meet the Cars book and the Car Finder game, that these characters began to get their own names. Now, fans knew the names of the Piston Cup racers, but merchandise continued to refer to them by their sponsor names all the way until 8 years after they got their names. Mattel finally switched from using sponsor names to actual character names in 2016. Disney 100 cars. Disney is going all out for the celebration of their 100-year anniversary when it comes to merchandise. So of course they couldn't leave one of their most financially successful toy lines out of it. The 2023 Cars diecast line features a sub-series of special Disney 100 anniversary cars. So far, 6 are currently out, just in a regular case. Lightning, Ramon, Sally, Mater, Flo, and Doc Hudson. I absolutely love how these look. Hopefully by the time this Iceberg video is up, I have my hands on some of them, but they have this really clean silver design that's different than the silver we've seen on other cars. It's more of sort of a whitish silver, really matches the other Disney 100 anniversary merchandise really, really well. And recently, a Disney 100 Cruising Lightning McQueen leaked, showing that we'll be getting at least one more release for this line at some point in the year. Store exclusives. Over the years, many different lines within the Cars diecast line have been made exclusive to different retailers. Some of the more prominent examples include the Final Lap collection in 2010, which was made exclusive to Target, or the Radiator Springs Classic series, which was exclusive to Toys R Us and ran from 2013 to 2018. Haulers have been Walmart exclusives for a very, very long time, and nowadays, every year we tend to get one Target exclusive Cars diecast line and one Walmart exclusive Cars diecast line. Some of these have included the Fireball Beach Racer line, which was a Target exclusive, or the NASCAR Racers line, which was a Walmart exclusive. As you can see, they tend to make whole lines exclusive to stores instead of individual diecasts. However, there are some exceptions to this rule. When Cars 3 was coming out, you could only buy Rusty's Racing Center McQueen at Target. In fact, you could only buy any Rusty's Racing Center McQueen merchandise at Target. This was designated by the fact that the name tags for these items had little gold stripes on them instead of the traditional red name tag design they were using at the time. Rusty's Racing Center McQueen's exclusivity actually carried over into 2018, but was dropped after Thailand took over production of the Cars diecast line. And while Racing Center McQueen was a Target exclusive, Todd the Pizza Planet Truck's Cars 3 release was a Walgreens exclusive. And making him exclusive to Walgreens was definitely a pretty big mistake, because they never did that again, and from what I remember, he was like immediately clearanced out, and also nobody could find them because they barely ever sell cars there. International packaging. In other countries outside of the US, Cars diecasts are often released on what are referred to as international cards, which take the traditional card back and just add more languages to it so that it could be shipped to other parts of the world. This also typically means that you don't see other cars on the back of the packaging. Oftentimes, you just see the car that you purchased, its name in several other languages, and then all the typical legal information. Probably my favorite era for the Cars International packaging is back when they used to just not put the names on the name tag and instead put a little shrunken down picture of the character you were buying on the name tag instead. I always thought that was so funny. Now, at the very least, they do put their names there, just in several languages. Reused models and on the road. Cars on the Road reuses a lot of animation models from throughout the Cars series, oftentimes taking background characters from different pieces of Cars media, including Cars 3, Cars 2, and even some of the Cars tunes, and altering the character models to make new characters. The Cars series has always done this. It's not only a good way to reduce costs and stop the company from making an excessive amount of new animation models, it's also a good way to keep the Cars series realistic, as in real life, there are only so many different types of cars out there. I know a lot of fans were kind of annoyed by the reused models, but I didn't mind. You never really see any models just copy and pasted from something else into On the Road. They always changed them up and made them different, which was really nice. Some of my favorites include the blank school bus, reusing Miss Fritter's model, edited to remove all of her chains and stuff in the Trucks episode. The blank fire trucks that were used for Tiny Lugsworth in Cars 3, also in that episode. Yeah, there are a lot of fun animation model reuses throughout this series. There's a silver Corvette in B-Movie, who I think is a pretty cool design, and he reuses Jeff Corvette's model. Again, they're all over the show. The only time it really bothered me was when they reused the animation models of the Cars 3 Demolition Derby cars. All of those cars are so distinct and unique with their designs, so seeing some of them reused, just slightly altered and on the road to be made into different road warriors for the Road Rumbler episode, or Salt Flats Racers. I don't know. That one did annoy me a little because, again, they're all so distinct and unique. But other than that, I thought this was pretty cool and a pretty clever way to reuse your models. Salt Flat Car White Tires. Mattel made a choice that upset a lot of fans when it came to their Cars on the Road Salt Flats diecasts. They gave all of them fully white wheels to make it look like they were driving around in salt. Now, Mattel has done cars with sort of nature effects on their wheels before, like snow on the ice racers or sand on the Fireball Beach racers. But both of these times, this was done in a much more realistic way, where the bottoms of the wheels were colored in to be snow or sand or whatever, and then on the sides there would be a realistic sort of speckle effect. In fact, they even did this with one of the on-the-road releases, Griswold, who had mud on the bottom of her wheels and then a mud speckle effect on the sides. But when it came to the Salt Flat Racers and also Noriyuki and Sarah Coggs, they decided to just give them fully white wheels, which in my opinion and the opinions of many others really takes away from the look of the diecasts. It seems, however, that Mattel may have responded to this criticism, as the first and currently only new Salt Flats release for 2023, Gearston Marshall, was given black tires instead. Dead car and on the road. Just your friendly reminder that there's a dead corpse of a crashed car in the Salt Fever episode of Cars on the Road. This poor guy went a bit too fast on the Salt Flats and is now this. Of course, this whole thing is played off as a joke. That's why I'm not putting this down as like bottom layer, super edgy, spooky, scary thing on the iceberg. No, it's used as a joke. It's not often that the Cars series goes for dark comedy, but when it does, it really works. This seems pretty funny and pretty shocking to see. Factory customs. A factory custom is basically the nice way of saying a Cars diecast bootleg. These are the cars that you see all over being sold online, loose on eBay, typically shipping out of China. See them all over AliExpress as well. These are those knockoff bootleg cars that look pretty accurate to the regular diecasts because they typically use the same molds of real Cars diecasts. Well, there are many out there that just replicate pre-existing Cars diecasts and typically do a pretty good job at it for a bootleg. There are also many that are just custom designs that Mattel hasn't made. Some of the most famous ones include different metallic versions of characters like Mcqueen and Cruz, several different variants of Mcqueen based off of his Cars 2 design with the flags of different countries on him, an Apple Racer Mcqueen. My personal favorite is the Apple Racer Mcqueen with just an image of Steve Jobs on him. Sure, why not, right? And a wide variety of different piston cup haulers, all of which reuse a Mack mold for some reason. Although not a custom design, the bootleg of Andy Gearsdale is also very popular. This was a canceled car, originally meant to be released around 2012, and somehow these bootleggers got their hands on the mold for him and have been selling factory custom Andy Gearsdales ever since. The same was true for Sergeant High Gear, but his popularity has gone down since his actual diecast got released in 2018. Due to all of these different custom designs being made, these bootlegs have become pretty popular with Cars collectors, with many trying to add some to their collection, despite the fact that, again, at the end of the day, they are still bootlegs, but hey, they do look pretty cool sometimes. World Grand Prix haulers. We don't see haulers for the World Grand Prix racers in Cars 2, but they still exist within the Cars universe, thanks to the Stunt Racers line, which made 155 scale launchers that also worked as World Grand Prix haulers. 3 were released: Sal, Francesco's hauler, Andre, Raul Cerul's hauler, and Jorg, Max Schnell's hauler. They're easily the most remembered thing about the Stunt Racers line. I'm sure many people don't even know that they originally came from the Stunt Racers line, but they're pretty desirable nowadays as they are 155 scale World Grand Prix haulers, and fans love haulers and love World Grand Prix racers, so No wonder they're pretty popular on the aftermarket nowadays. I'd say the World Grand Prix haulers are pretty well known. The fact that they're from the Stunt Racers line may be a bit lesser known, but what's even more lesser known than that is the fact that Sal and Jorg were also given merchandise in the Whiplash Racers line. Hank Weathers. Cal Weathers was originally planned to be named Hank. I guess his name was changed pretty late in the game, as his original diecast release had the name Hank Weathers written on his roof instead of Cal Weathers. Luckily, this was changed later on in production, but Cal's XRS Mud Racer, which was released 2 years after Cars 3, actually still says Hank on the roof, which is kind of odd. Holly's color. The original Holly Shiftwell diecast's color scheme is a bit inaccurate to the movie, being too dark of a purple and also too metallic compared to the movie. So, in 2016, with the release of Holly Shiftwell with electroshock device, Mattel tried to fix Holly's color scheme, and they did a pretty good job at it. However, after the release of this variant, no Holly Shiftwell diecast would be released until 2020, when Holly's regular variant got re-released, now made in Thailand. This time, they once again tried to improve Holly's color scheme, but it ended up looking like this. Yeah, yikes. 2020 Holly Shiftwell is kind of infamous among Cars collectors for being just one of the worst looking diecasts ever, period. But luckily, they very quickly learned from their mistake, and an Amazon exclusive Cars 2 5-pack in 2022 came with a new release of Holly with a much more accurate color scheme. Many people agree, myself included, that this is the most accurate Holly Shiftwell color scheme we've gotten, and she's since been re-released as a single in 2023 as well. So, after many trials and tribulations, we've finally gotten a pretty decent looking Holly. Pixar Fest. Pixar Fest was a multi-month event celebrating Pixar held in Disney California Adventure in 2019. In 2020 and 2021, it returned as a virtual-only event due to the pandemic. For the 2020 Pixar Fest online event, they actually released an exclusive set of Cars diecasts, with Lightning, Ramon, and Mater, which were sold as Target exclusives. In 2021, a second wave of Pixar Fest cars were released, with Radiator Springs Mcqueen, a different Ramon, Sally, and Luigi and Guido. Once again, Target exclusives to coincide with that year's online Pixar Fest event. No Mini Racers Guido. This is a pretty well-known one among Mini Racers collectors. This toy line has existed for almost 6 years now, and we still don't have a Mini Racers Guido. There have been so many different characters released as Mini Racers over the years, and Luigi was actually in the first ever wave of the line, but there is no Guido to go alongside him. There never has been one. Now, the reason for this is probably because they don't know how to pull him off in Mini Racer's form. You know, he's a very small character, but he's also a very tall character, and a lot of toy lines that focus on smaller versions of Cars characters struggle with making Luigi and Guido. However, in a world where the Mini Racers have produced a tractor, Sidley the Spy Jet, and the dinosaurs from Cars on the Road, I don't think Guido's size is really an issue anymore. At this point, it's just a question of why are you holding out on releasing Guido? Now, in 2022, it seemed that our prayers had finally been answered as a playset came packed with, look at that, a Mini Racers Guido. But, plot twist, it doesn't roll, and it's plastic, and yeah, it's just an accessory with a playset. It's plastic, and it doesn't roll. So we are still waiting for an official Mini Racers Guido. Attack of the Space Zombies from Planet B. Attack of the Space Zombies from Planet B is the name of the movie that Lightning and Mater get cast in the Cars on the Road episode B movie. Directed by horror director Bella Cadaver and made by the studio Breaklight Pictures, a parody of Searchlight Pictures, this movie is about an invasion of zombie aliens. We don't know much about the specifics of the plot or characters. We do see a few scenes of the movie being shot in the episode. All we know is that it's about an alien invasion. Seems to be some aliens being investigated in a small town. Lightning McQueen is cast in the role of Deputy Hazard, a deputy in this town. Mater is originally cast as a graveyard worker, then a scientist, and then just, the President of the United States. The last we heard of this movie, it was being fully reworked into a big musical starring Ivy. But you could still see a poster for the original version of the movie in Cars Land, and I absolutely love that Easter egg. Can't wait to see that when I go to Disneyland this year. I hope it's still there. Deluxe Crisis. For the past few years, deluxes in the Cars diecast line have become more and more hard to find. They used to be sold basically at any store that sells cars, but around 2021, Target and Walmart both stopped selling deluxes. Then, in 2022, there were no new deluxes released, only re-releases. By the end of the year, fans were getting concerned, and in 2023, it was confirmed that the deluxe line would not be having any releases in 2023. Instead, larger characters would be exclusively released in multi-packs, or other larger items just being put in 2-packs or regular singles. While it is upsetting that we aren't getting regularly released deluxes this year, in my opinion it's sort of a blessing in disguise because it's allowing larger Cars characters like Doug Crankle, who totally would have been a deluxe any other year, to be released as a single and thus at a significantly lower price. Another example of this is how Red was released for this year. Ever since being sized up in 2011, Red has always been labeled as a deluxe. But this year, they crammed him into a 2-pack with the Stanley statue. A deluxe sells for $7 in the US, and a 2-pack sells for $8. So, you're only spending $1 more for this 2-pack, and you don't only get Red, you get the entire Stanley statue, who in previous 2-packs has been considered the price of a full car. So, while we may not have deluxes in a regular sense this year, there's always a silver lining. That being that we could give our wallets a bit of a break until deluxes come back. Then again, the main way to get new deluxes this year has been in multi-packs, which means you are spending a bit more, so, maybe it's the same amount of money. Whatever. Racing Red. Racing Red was a special set of 6 metallic red variants of pre-existing Cars characters released in the 2021 Cars diecast line. While it was never directly stated by Disney or Mattel, most fans assumed it was meant to be a special set of releases to celebrate the 15th anniversary of the Cars series. The line included metallic red variants of Mater, Jackson Storm, Sally, Francesco Bernoulli, Cruz Ramirez, and Lightning McQueen, released in that order, with the card back of each of them showing what other cars are in the series mysteriously covered up. Of course, if you follow Cars leaks, then you already knew who most of the cars in the series were gonna be, but still, it was a really fun thing that they did, and honestly, in my opinion, these are some of the coolest looking metallic cars we've ever gotten. I love the fact also that this series included characters from all 3 Cars movies. It really made it feel like a celebration of the series. Unfortunately, a lot of fans are probably not going to be completing their Racing Red collections anytime soon, as Mater wasn't released very widely and very quickly became very, very rare. Also, it probably should be mentioned that they also did a special set of Racing Red mini racers, a 3-pack with Lightning, Sally, and Mater. Unfortunately, they never did Francesco, Cruz, or Jackson. Track Talkers. The Track Talkers are a line of plastic cars that released starting in 2021, with a wave consisting of Lightning, Mater, and Jackson Storm. These are pretty simple, cheap plastic cars. When you press their roofs, they say a variety of different lines. But what really surprises me about the Track Talkers line is its longevity, as they're still releasing new Track Talkers now. Waves that came after included releases such as Sheriff, Francesco, DJ, and even a Mac hauler. And most recently, McQueen and Mater were repacked for Cars on the Road, with McQueen getting his Cars on the Road look. References in adult animation. The Cars series has been referenced in quite a few different cartoons, just poking fun at it here and there. There was a Lightning McQueen sketch, a very brief one, in an episode of Robot Chicken. I know that weird Mad TV show they had for a little bit back in 2011 featured a car that looked like Lightning McQueen getting violently crushed by a hydraulic press because haha funny. The Simpsons has had several references to the Cars series over the years. My favorite is when Milhouse says he hides under his bed because he's afraid of the characters from Cars, and then he goes, "If gas is their fuel, why do they have teeth?" This joke is located in Lisa Goes Gaga, known to be one of the worst episodes of the entire show, so at least it has a solid Cars reference in it. Pretty sure there's a whole compilation out there of every time The Simpsons made fun of Cars. Now that Disney owns The Simpsons and keeps making these really poor quality Simpsons shorts on Disney Plus that crams in a bunch of Disney cameos, I wonder if they'll make one featuring the Cars characters, if they haven't already. If they have, please don't tell me in the comments. I don't want to know. There was also a Netflix cartoon called Inside Job, which I'm pretty sure had a reference to Cars at one point. They've been referenced in all sorts of shows. If you know of any other shows, animated or not, that have referenced the Cars series or made fun of them, definitely let me know in the comments. This segment was actually originally just going to be about the Simpsons references, but then I was informed of a few other times Cars has been referenced, so I wanted to add some more. Micro Drifters. First released in 2012, the Micro Drifters were a line of tiny plastic cars that didn't have rolling wheels. Instead, they had metal marbles built into their bases, which allowed them to slide and drift in every which way. Characters from the first two Cars movies were released, and later on, characters from Planes came out as well. The Micro Drifters were sold in 3-packs, but there were other ways to get them, including multi-packs and several playsets. The line was discontinued after 2013, and nowadays I don't really see anyone talk about these guys. Nowadays it's all about mini racers, and rightfully so. The mini racers have been going on 6 years strong and are still releasing cars frequently. But I don't think we should throw the Micro Drifters under the bus. They were a unique, different concept for a Cars toy line, and I think it's pretty cool that it got to last as long as it did and release as many items as it did. Hot Rod Steve Herschel. Steve Herschel is a background character in Cars 3. You just see his back going into the Florida 500 Speedway while Cruz is trying to leave it. He got a diecast in 2019, and a few months later, for some strange reason, they decided they were going to make a variant of him with flames. And thus, Hot Rod Steve Herschel was born. This is really strange as he was part of the Cars mainline, typically saved only for cars that appeared in the movies. This Hot Rod Steve Herschel was based off of the Hot Rod Luis Nash, Junior Moon, and River Scott, all of whom actually appeared in Cars 3 and were also set to get diecasts around that time. There was also Hot Rod Smokey, who didn't appear in the movie, but it did kind of make sense to make him, as the rest of the legends got Hot Rod paint jobs. Steve, on the other hand, was a very, very strange choice, as again, he doesn't speak in the movie. You don't even see his front in the movie. You just see his back driving into the speedway. And thus, people were very, very confused about why they wanted to make this car. Unfortunately, Hot Rod Steve was canceled in 2019 alongside some of the other Hot Rod legends, but he made his way onto store shelves in 2021 to the confusion of many. To this day, we still don't know why they chose to make Hot Rod Steve Herschel, and he still kind of stands out as a really strange character variant choice. Top Gun references in planes. Bravo and Echo are the two main Navy planes we see throughout the first Planes movie, and both characters are massive love letters to Top Gun. Val Kilmer, who portrayed Iceman in Top Gun and more recently reprised the role in Top Gun Maverick, provided the voice for Bravo, while Echo was voiced by Goose's actor from Top Gun, Anthony Edwards. The two also wear helmets reminiscent of those of their Top Gun counterparts. This is a pretty cool Easter egg to see, easily one of my favorites in the Cars series, no, for the record, Tom Cruise did not voice anyone in Planes. He was probably too busy dangling from a helicopter as a stunt for Mission Impossible 27. Long Bed Smokey. In the early fall of 2017, the Smokey diecast underwent a running change in production, where he was given a new, longer, more movie-accurate mold. Fans have nicknamed this Long Bed Smokey, as it adjusted the length of his truck bed as well as his front, but it also made a few other changes, including removing his rearview mirror and molding a spare tire into his base. All things to make Smokey a bit more movie accurate and scale accurate. Ever since this change, Mattel has stuck to using it, and every re-release of Smokey and every new variant of Smokey has continued to use the long bed mold. Glendale Canal. One of the darkest scenes in the entire Cars franchise is when Skipper describes the Glendale Canal mission. His first mission leading the Jolly Wrenches, which was also his last. Skipper and a fleet of rookie pilots that he trained himself were meant to go out on a patrol mission, but they were ambushed by the entire enemy fleet, and every last member of the Jolly Wrenches were killed, except for Skipper, who was later fished out of the ocean. This is honestly really dark and depressing and sadly very realistic. And it's honestly kind of crazy that this is in Planes of all movies, which people typically write off as being just this wacky movie about a plane who wants to race, and it's a Cars ripoff, but it includes this very sad and upsettingly realistic military sequence. Mater the Greater in Cars 3 the video game. Many people found it very strange that Mater the Greater appeared as a playable character in Cars 3 Driven to Win, especially when several more notable characters from Cars 3, such as Cal Weathers, or more notable characters from the entire Cars series like Luigi, were not included in the roster. It seems that Mater the Greater was only here to act as a boss for the stunt showcase mode, but it is kind of weird as he is the only character in this game to not be in Cars 3. Kind of stands out a little. You couldn't have come up with a Cars 3 related boss for the stunt showcase mode, or just removed the stunt showcase mode because it is by far the worst game mode in that game. Taillight Caverns. Taillight Caverns is a beautiful, glowing cave located not far from Radiator Springs. It first appeared in the Radiator Springs Racers ride, as well as Time Travel Mater, which, fun fact, those two actually released on the exact same day. So, yeah, Time Travel Mater was sort of made to promote Cars Land, as it includes Taillight Caverns and the spring that Stanley started Radiator Springs at, both of which were designed for Cars Land. Taillight Caverns is where you end the Radiator Springs Racers ride. It's where Mater accidentally shows up when he time travels at one point in the short, and it showed up only one more time during the Radiator Springs 500.5 short. The Radiator Spring. No, this isn't about the town of Radiator Springs where the Cars movies take place. This is about the Radiator Spring itself. The spring where Stanley broke down and was able to fill himself back up with water, and then he decided to make the whole town of Radiator Springs around this spring. The Radiator Spring appears in Time Travel Mater when Mater goes back in time to see how Radiator Springs was created, and you can also see a physical version of it in Cars Land as part of the queue for Radiator Springs Racers. Pixar Popcorn. This was a set of shorts released exclusively on Disney Plus in early 2021. Featuring several different Pixar series. Two of the Pixar Popcorn shorts were Cars themed, Unparalleled Parking and Dancing with the Cars. And while they're both cute, fun little shorts that are barely over a minute long, a lot of fans were disappointed by them because number one, they were, only a minute long, and number two, none of the Pixar Popcorn shorts, with the exception of a few Toy Story ones starring Ducky and Bunny, have any dialogue whatsoever. Disney never addressed the fact that these shorts wouldn't have any dialogue and used a lot of clips from the Ducky and Bunny shorts in the trailer, which again gave a lot of people the assumption that, all these shorts are going to have dialogue, but nope. These shorts have already become pretty forgotten, and honestly, rightfully so. There's really nothing too special with them, although they do have some nice animation. Daredevil Garage Show. To promote the awful Cars Daredevil Garage app, which we discussed in the last Iceberg video, they released a set of shorts to YouTube featuring these really strange CGI renders of the Cars diecasts racing around in different locations. But just like how the actual Cars Daredevil Garage app only lets you drive your digital toy cars in digital versions of real places like a bowling alley and a backyard, yeah, this show did the same thing. Once again, completely wasting the potential of game where you could scan in any toy car you own and have them race. Yeah, episodes included like a garage and like a forest. It was really lame. It was really lame. Sometimes they would cross promote with other Cars toy lines of the time, like for example, the Garage episode featured the Carbon Racers. And for whatever reason, in 2018, 2 years after the Cars Daredevil Garage app stopped being supported and shut down, they started releasing new episodes again, except this time with digital renders of Cars 3 diecasts, including the Thomasville Racers, the Fireball Beach Racers, and I'm pretty sure the XRS got some episodes too. These not only kept the same premise, now with CGI models that somehow looked even worse, they also kept the Daredevil Garage name in the title of the series, which was weird because, as I said, the game had been shut down for 2 years at that point. It seems they just wanted to continue the series to promote some Cars 3 extended universe toys, which is fine. It's just weird that this YouTube show was tied to an app that had shut down several years prior. And at the time of the recording of this part of the Iceberg, they actually released a compilation of the Daredevil Garage app episodes just 2 days ago on the official Cars YouTube channel. So it seems that the Daredevil Garage series is still fondly in their minds. Todd and On the Road. According to Cars on the Road's producer, Todd the Pizza Planet truck has a cameo in all 9 episodes. This was something that I was not aware of, and for months, I and many others believed he only appeared in 3 episodes. Salt Fever, here. Trucks, here. And B-Movie, here. But no, it turns out apparently Todd is in the background of all 9 episodes. I had no idea of this. I have no idea where he appears in the rest of the episodes, other than his cameo in Showtime, which the Cars Wiki marks as here. So yeah, Todd's probably super duper hidden in the back of the other episodes, and I challenge anyone watching this to tell me where Todd is in the rest of the episodes, because I had no idea he was in all of them. If you've seen Todd in the background of the episodes I haven't listed here, definitely let me know in the comments. 24-Hour Endurance Racers. Released in 2020 as that year's Walmart exclusive diecast series, the 24-Hour Endurance Racers are probably one of the strangest Cars diecast lines I've ever seen. This line featured several different next gens and a 24-hour endurance race on the RS Speedway. Is that supposed to mean Radiator Springs? We never found out. Yeah, this line has a bunch of just really weird things about it. Number one, they just use next gens from Cars 3 instead of using the actual endurance racers that appear throughout the Cars series. That's typical. This is a post-Cars 3 toy line. What did you expect? Number 2, the gimmick for this line was the next-gen color shift paint job. No, it's not like a color changer. All it meant was if you held it in slightly different ways, the color would appear slightly different. It is barely noticeable on most of the releases. The fact that they're advertising the fact that reflective paint looks slightly different depending on the angle as a play feature was absolutely ridiculous. While most of the racers just reused their typical designs and just changed up the color scheme to be all glittery and reflective and color shifting, Mcqueen actually got a fully new design for this line, which redesigned him as a next gen. Now that's a pretty popular fan concept, so it's pretty cool that they tried to tackle it in a Cars toy line. They just reused his Cars 2 mold, though, which, I mean, I don't have an issue with, but I'm sure some people out there probably did. I don't know, man, this whole line is really weird. There are also some glaring errors in it. For starters, on the packaging, you could see Lightning and Jackson Storm racing, but Storm is just using his regular artwork, not the new color scheme he was given for this line. And probably one of the most glaring errors I've ever seen on a Cars diecast is the Rich Mixon from the Endurance Racers line, who was just named Tim Treadless. That's not the same character, guys. How did you mess that one up? As you could probably tell, I'm not the biggest fan of this line. I just think it's really weird and has a bunch of strange, disconnected ideas. It barely comes together to make any sense. Fictional car companies. While several real-world car models have appeared throughout the Cars series, from Porsches to Ferraris to Chevrolets, many types of cars have been completely made up for the Cars series. This makes perfect sense. They're not going to get the rights to every single type of car on the planet, and obviously, of course, they would make up some of their own models to appear in the series. Well, many people claim that certain cars are based on certain types of vehicles in real life. Like, for example, I always hear people say that Natalie Certain is based on a Tesla. In canon, she isn't a Tesla. She is a car model that Disney and Pixar made up. You can typically find the car model names in the Meet the Cars books, as well as a few other places. And some of the fictional car models have some pretty fun Pixar Easter eggs in them, such as Emerycraft for Emeryville, where Pixar used to be located, and Luxoliner for, of course, Luxo Jr. And while I've heard many people debate over the years what type of car Lightning McQueen is supposed to be, in canon he's always labeled as a one-of-a-kind, custom-built 2006 race car. Tractor Deer. In the Cars series, tractors represent cows, but in Planes, Fire, and Rescue, we were introduced to a new type of tractor. Tractor that represent deer. The tractor bucks and doe appear all throughout Planes, Fire, and Rescue. They even got some merchandise, and they easily have one of my favorite designs out of anything in the entire Cars series. The best part about this is that they're all just one big pun, a play on John Deere, the real-life company that manufactures tractors. The tractors that we see in Planes, Fire, and Rescue look just like John Deere tractors, but with antlers and other additions. It's really fun. Art of Animation. Disney's Art of Animation Resort is an all-suite hotel that opened in May of 2012, featuring different floors based off of different iconic Disney and Pixar films, including Finding Nemo, The Lion King, The Little Mermaid, and Cars. The work that went into the theming of this hotel is really impressive, and there's an entire outdoor Cars section with a rebuilt Radiator Springs with large models of all the different Cars characters, and they painted the outside of this part of the hotel to look like the background of Radiator Springs. It is super cool. While Disney World in Florida might not have a Cars Land, at least it has this really cool hotel. On the inside of the hotel, you can see a bunch of awesome concept art for Cars, as well as the other projects featured in the hotel. It's all about animation, but obviously hones in on the 4 movies that are focused on here. If you're a Cars fan and you're going to Disney World, make sure to hop on the monorail and travel over to this hotel at some point during your stay. I don't actually know if the monorail takes you here. I hope it does. If not, I'm sorry. Thomasville Playground. The Thomasville Playground was a free roam mode in the Cars 3 Driven to Win video game. It was a decently sized open world where you could drive around, complete challenges, do stunts, and collect Mac hats. That's right, the only way to unlock Mac in Cars 3 Driven to Win was to play on the Thomasville Playground mode and collect all of Mac's hats, which were scattered across the map. Although it is named and themed after Thomasville, don't expect to be able to visit any locations from Thomasville in the movie. It's just inspired by it and its visual design. The whole area was completely made up for the game. Tokyo Race Extended Cut. While most deleted scenes from the Cars series didn't make it past the storyboard phase, there exists a fully animated, extended version of the Cars 2 Tokyo Race. This is great for fans who felt cheated out of the very little racing we saw in Cars 2 in exchange for Mater shenanigans and cars getting shot at with machine guns. Cars 2 is so weird, man. Anyway, you can find this pretty easily on YouTube. I believe it's also on some Blu-ray copies of Cars 2, and you could also find it in the extras section on Disney+. The animators explained that they really liked this segment, but they had to cut it out. And had cut it out after it was finished, so yeah, kind of a shame that this wasn't in the movie, but they felt it disrupted the flow a bit, so, you know, whatever's best for the story. Even if that story is, of course, Cars 2. Lightning McQueen Crocs, adult size. After circulating as a meme for several years, Crocs finally gave in and teamed up with Disney and Pixar to officially release adult-sized Lightning McQueen Crocs. This very cursed item was released in limited quantities, but has been brought back a few separate times. Most recently, in September of 2022, probably to celebrate either Lightning McQueen Day or the release of Cars on the Road. Since these are a limited release item that sort of go on and off of sale, they tend to go for quite a bit of money on the secondary market. But if you're not willing to spend $200 on Lightning McQueen adult-sized Crocs, can you even call yourself a Cars fan? Shake and Go. Shake and Go was a toy line made by Fisher-Price, which featured several different vehicles from a few different franchises, including many, many releases from the Cars series, with toys based off of Cars, Cars 2, Planes, and Cars Toons. This was, at one point, one of the most comprehensive Cars toy lines out there, but unfortunately, I believe it stopped soon after the Planes ones were released. These toys were pretty simple. They were large plastic vehicles meant for younger kids than your typical Cars merchandise was made for. You would shake them, and then they'd make a noise or speak and drive a bit on their own. Or in other words, you would shake them, and then they would go. Chops. Chops was an in-universe TV show shown in Planes, Fire, and Rescue. Before Blade Ranger was a firefighter, he starred in this show alongside his partner Nick Lupin Lopez, and the two played police helicopters. This whole show is a parody of the iconic 70s cop show Chips. In-universe, Chops was cancelled during the filming of its 139th episode, when an accident resulted in the death of Nick Lupin Lopez. In real life, Chips was also cancelled after 139 episodes when Eric Estrada, who was one of the lead actors on the show, got into an injury. Luckily, he's still alive and well, unlike Nick Lupin Lopez, but he did voice Nick Lupin Lopez in Planes, Fire, and Rescue as a reference to this. Tsum Tsums. Tsum Tsum, Japanese for Stack Stack, was a line of merchandise released by Disney in the mid-2010s. They were pill-shaped plushies that came in a variety of sizes, typically pretty small, and they had the ability to stack on top of each other. There were also blind bags that included little vinyl Tsum Tsums. I acquired quite the collection of these. It was very hard to ignore them when they were coming out. They were absolutely everywhere. They even made the Marvel Tsum Tsums canon to the Marvel Comics universe. I'm not kidding, look it up. In 2017, to celebrate the release of Cars 3, they released the first set of Cars Tsum Tsums, which included McQueen, Mater, Sally, Cruz Ramirez, Jackson Storm, Smokey, and Doc Hudson. There were also two larger Tsum Tsums released, Mac and Miss Fritter, and later on in the year, they released a 2-pack that included Fabulous McQueen and Dinoco Cruz. There was also a Tsum Tsum mobile game. It was a puzzle game where you had to sort of clear out rows with the different Tsum Tsums, and that featured a few different Cars characters in it as well, including Lightning McQueen, Fabulous Lightning McQueen, Mater, and Cruz. Interestingly, the McQueen and Mater were released in the game in 2015, 2 years before any Cars Tsum Tsums were released. And since this was 2015 before Cars 3 came out, McQueen in the Tsum Tsum app uses his Cars 2 design, as you can tell by the spoiler. There were also some Cars vinyl Tsum Tsums, and an exclusive variant of Lightning McQueen was released in the Japan Disney Store 25th Anniversary box set. Mods. The Cars video games have been no strangers to modders coming in and adding to them. Cars International was easily the most popular modding platform for Cars fans wanting to mod a Cars video game. You had things like the Super Drive or High Octane editions of Cars International, adding in tons of new playable characters, mainly just taking non-playable characters from the different games and making them playable in this modded edition. Also adding in new paint jobs and color schemes and all that. It was really, really cool, and it's been really cool to see the developers add all of these different things, coming up with new custom paint jobs and pulling in things from other parts in the games and other parts of the Cars series. More recently, Cars 2, the video game, has become a pretty popular platform for modders, with modders bringing in content from the Cars 3 video game, as well as some other places, and honestly, I'm all here for that. Cars 2, the video game, has my favorite character roster out of all the Cars video games, so seeing modders add even more to it is so cool. Cabs can't connect to trailers. There are two different ways that haulers are released in the Cars diecast line. Full haulers with a cab and trailer are typically released as Walmart exclusives, that's how it's been for many years now, and hauler cabs sold on their own are usually just deluxes thrown into the main line. You used to be able to connect any cab to any trailer, as they all had the same universal hole drilled into them. But That stopped in 2015, when a new design for hauler cabs released on their own was put out. And while the new design for cabs does look a lot more like what an actual cab looks like when it's not connected to a trailer in real life, it was disappointing to see that cabs can no longer connect to trailers, unless you buy a full hauler that comes with a cab and trailer. Then, obviously, they still connect. But if you buy a cab on their own, it no longer has the hole to connect to trailers. 2006 Factory Sealed Set. Many consider the Motor Speedway of the South set to be the holy grail of the Cars diecast line, but a lot of people overlook another very rare item out there, the 2006 Factory Sealed Set. First announced at Toy Fair of 2007, this set includes one of each item released in 2006, one of each single and one of each 2-pack, and it includes the only Desert Art single-carded releases of Dirt Track Lightning McQueen and Rollin Bowlin Mater. These two items were exclusive to Playsets in 2006, so this was the only way to get them as singles on the Desert Art card back. Only 500 were made, with the first two being auctioned off at Toy Fair 2007, and the others being sold off later on in the year. Carrera Go. Carrera Go is a company that makes slot car toys, and they've been making Cars products since pretty much the very beginning. Every few years, a new Carrera Go Cars slot car set will release, sometimes based off of the movies, and other times based off of expanded universe properties, like the Silver Racer set or the XRS Rocket Racer set. Currently, we have an upcoming Carrera Go set, the Glow Racer set, which unfortunately seems to just be a repaint of a pre-existing Cars 3 theme set with a big loop. But still, it is cool to see that this slot car line goes beyond just making characters from the movies. They've made several characters over the years: Lightning, Mater, Cruz, Silver Racers, Max Schnell. It's cool to see that this line always goes a little bit further than some other Cars toy lines do, with including expanded universe stuff that are super fun to race around. I gotta get that new Glow Racer set. A lack of Lizzie's. Lizzie always seems to get the short end of the stick in Cars merchandise. For starters, her 155 scale diecast is the only Radiator Springs Townie diecast to be released biannually instead of annually. Yeah, everyone else gets released every single year, but Lizzie, no, she gets released every other year. Lizzie has also not been included in a lot of different toy lines over the years. Continuing with the 155 scale diecast line, she was the only Radiator Springs Townie to never receive a lenticular. She is the only Radiator Springs Townie to not receive a Disney Store release after them making Cars for over 17 years. She was one of the final Radiator Springs Townies to be made as a mini racer. Now we're only missing Guido. And throughout the 155 scale diecast line, there have been several different canceled Lizzies. Oftentimes, Lizzie is just sort of a victim of circumstance, as she often finds herself being produced for waves that just get canceled. There was a fan favorite series Lizzie that got canceled alongside a wave of them in 2019. There was a road trip Lizzie which never got made in 2017. And the Precision Series Lizzie was set to be the next Precision Series car released when the entire line was canceled in 2018. Although at the very least, a light-up Lizzie was released alongside a Precision Series Lizzie's Curio Shop, which, for the record, was the only Precision Series building that couldn't open up. Boat Reynolds. The Cars series is full of celebrity cameos and parodies, many of which I covered in the first Iceberg, but I wanted to shine a light on one of the only celebrity parodies from the Plane series, Boat Reynolds, a parody of actor Burt Reynolds, who appears at the Grand Fuselage Party in Planes Fire and Rescue. I absolutely love this character design because they captured Burt Reynolds' iconic mustache by painting it on the hull of the boat as part of the boat's design. I absolutely love that. Now, unfortunately, Burt Reynolds did not voice the character of Boat Reynolds. In fact, I don't even think Boat Reynolds speaks in the movie. But we do get a shout out to one of his movies, as Cad Spinner mentions loving him in Best Little Boathouse in Texas. This is a parody of a real Burt Reynolds movie from 1982, the real name of which I don't think I'm allowed to say on YouTube anymore. Lights and Sounds. The Cars 2 diecast line included a line of lights and sounds diecasts. These were still 1/55 scale metal cars for the most part, and they all featured buttons, typically located on the character's back window. When pressed, they would light up and make different sounds, they'd speak, etc. 14 different diecasts were released for this line, including some you might not expect, like Spy Finn McMissile and Mater, Rod Torque Redline, and Sarge with Headset, and Daryl Cartrip. Yeah, some pretty surprising ones. There was also a 2-pack re-releasing Lightning and Francesco, and a Brent Mustang Burger release was planned, but unfortunately cancelled. Chick Hicks's Headset. The initial Cars 3 diecast lineup included a strange release, Chick Hicks with Headset. Fans were excited to see Chick Hicks return in the diecast line and in Cars 3, but when the movie came out, they realized that Chick never wore the headset on the diecast. Not even once. For the entire movie, Chick Hicks doesn't have a headset, but his diecast had one for some reason. Obviously, this is a case of the toys being based off of older concept art. Probably earlier on in the movie, Chick Hicks was supposed to have a headset in some scene at some point. The diecast was designed before that part of the movie was cut or before that design was changed. Unfortunately, Mattel has never released a Cars 3 Chick Hicks without a headset, other than a very limited edition release with rubber tires in 2018, which is very hard to find and was very hard to find when it came out, and a plastic release in a playset, which doesn't really count. The most recent release of Chick Hicks with headset was in a multi-pack in 2021. Hopefully, someday, they just release regular Cars 3 Chick Hicks. Funko Pops. If you've existed on the planet Earth for the past 10 years, you know what a Funko Pop is. In fact, I bet you probably own 30 variants of Harley Quinn and the one of a moon pie holding a moon pie. Of course there are Cars Funko Pops. What are there not Funko Pops of? You can buy every single member of NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys as Funko Pops. So of course you can buy Cars characters. There have been surprisingly few Cars Funko Pop releases though. Just one small wave including Mcqueen, Doc, Ramon, and Mater, and an additional wave when Cars 3 came out. There were also some alternate variants for characters. For example, there was a convention-exclusive brand new Mater, which was actually a repaint of Mater, and thus not brand new Mater. He was missing his hood. When Cars 3 came out, there were some store-exclusive variants of Primer Mcqueen, Racing Center Mcqueen, Fabulous Mcqueen. I know there's a Green Ramon out there, and a Dynaco Mcqueen. So yeah, not that many Cars Funko Pops in terms of characters, but there are quite a few variants you could pick up. Something that used to really bother me with these was the fact that they don't roll. But at the end of the day, they're Funko Pops. They're not meant to be played with. You're just supposed to throw your Funko Pop Fabulous Lightning McQueen on a shelf next to the Punisher, The Rock, and John Wick and his dog. That's what I do, after all. Paint the Night Parade. The Paint the Night Parade began in May of 2015 in Disneyland as part of their 60th anniversary celebration. And its biggest float is a giant neon Mac from Cars. Mac's back door is open, which features a DJ model, also lit up in neon, which plays music, and a Lightning McQueen model that also is fully lit up, also drives around near them. Whenever this parade has gone on, Mac has always been a part of it. As recently as 2022, that was the most recent video I could find of the parade. It's still going on, and Mac is still a part of it, which is awesome because this is one impressive Disney parade float. Let's just hope this one doesn't catch fire, am I right? Legacy maps in Cars 3. Cars 3 Driven to Win features several different maps from Cars 2, the video game, repurposed and put into this game. I believe you unlock them a little bit into the game. I don't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure they're not there when you first start out. And they are also the last maps that you can find on the track select screen. These maps include Buckingham Sprint, which has been renamed to London's Buckingham Sprint, the Vista Run, renamed to Go Go Tokyo, Runway Tour, renamed to Airport Runway Rally, Casino Tour, renamed to Italy's Grand Tour, and Timberline Sprint, renamed to the Radiator Springs Red Dirt Derby. So you get one track from each of the locations from Cars 2 the video game, except for the oil rig. On the road / road trip ride similarities. In 2021, the Cars road trip ride was opened in Disneyland Paris, featuring Sally and Cruz going on a road trip together. It wasn't made to tie into Cars on the Road, at least as far as we know, but it included several things that were very similar to things we ended up seeing in Cars on the Road, but none of them were exactly the same. For example, we see an ad for the Copper Canyon traffic maze, very similar to the world's largest tire maze we see in Cars on the Road. There's an ad for the Ghost Garage, very similar to the Destiny Hotel from Cars on the Road. And there's also the world's largest lug nut, which we see in the Cars road trip ride, but then we see a sort of different world's largest lug nut in Cars on the Road. I assume that when they were designing this ride, they were told, hey, a while from now, there's going to be a car show about a road trip. We're doing a haunted house episode. We're going to have a maze, and we're going to have a world's largest lug nut. Can you include them in some capacity? I assume that's what happened. I wonder if someday they'll replace those with more show-accurate ones. It'd be pretty cool if they showed the world's largest tire maze in the Destiny Hotel instead. But either way, I don't know. It's just sort of an interesting situation. Golden Lightning McQueen. This was a special diecast released in 2021. A metallic golden variant of Rusty's Lightning McQueen from Cars 3, which fans assumed was meant to be a special edition release for the anniversary of the first Cars movie. But the story behind him is honestly kind of weird and just really confusing. In early 2021, rumors started circulating online that there would be a special mail-away offer car released at some point in the year. A few months later, this Golden Lightning McQueen began showing up, I believe, in places in Europe, all over stores. He was just absolutely all over stores. They were getting full cases of just him in. Not sure if I can find a picture of this still, but if I can, I'll put it up on the screen now. It was crazy to see, just full cases of only this McQueen. But for those of us in the US, well, we couldn't find him. Months went on, and I began to lose hope regarding this McQueen ever being released in the US. And then all of a sudden, in early September, to celebrate Lightning McQueen Day, Target.com began running a promotion where if you spent $20 or more on Cars items, you could get this McQueen thrown in for free. Or you could buy him for a whopping $13. Yeah, that's quite a lot for a regular Cars diecast. So I spent the $20 to get him. I actually ended up spending $40 because I bought 2 items. And yeah, all was good. At the end of the day, he actually was a mail away, just here in the US. But yeah, still kind of a mess of a story. Planes shorts. While everybody knows about the Cars tunes, Planes has actually also had a few of its own shorts. Most notably, the Franz's Song short, which was released as a bonus feature on the Planes Blu-ray and digital release, and the Vitamin and Mulch Air Spectacular, which was available on the Planes Fire and Rescue Blu-ray and digital release. The latter of which is a lot more well known because it actually got diecasts based off of it, and I covered it in the last Iceberg. There have also been a few other Planes shorts, like for example the one where Cad Spinner raps and then gets stuck on the roof of his hotel. That rap goes pretty hard, not gonna lie. I believe that short was available exclusively on the Disney Movies Anywhere app, and it's hard to find a good quality rip of it online. Emoji Bllitz. Disney Emoji Bllitz is a mobile game that's been around for several years now. It's a match 3 style game where you're matching different emojis of Disney characters, including, you guessed it, the Mandalorian. Oh, and also these weird guys from some movie called Cars. Never heard of it. Lightning, Mater, Cruz, and Jackson Storm emojis were added into the game in 2017 as part of a Cars 3 cross-promotion. You could use them in the game, and they also actually had some other Cars emojis that were non-playable and part of different characters' special abilities. A Guido emoji briefly appears in Lightning's, some tractor emojis appear in Mater's, and a Miss Fritter emoji briefly makes an appearance in Cruz's. UFM alien on the road. This is easily one of my favorite Easter eggs in Cars on the Road. In the episode B movie, when Lightning and Mater first drive onto the movie set, you can see a little prop of a UFO. This is based off of the mother alien from the Cars tune Unidentified Flying Mater. Also, in the episode The Legend, you could argue that the alien disguise Mcqueen uses is also based off of the UFM UFOs, just with sort of the all-white design and how they shape the eyes. Tesla. The Cars on the Road episode Road Rumblers opens up with an argument between Mcqueen and Mater. While discussing Mcqueen's poor navigation skills, Mater says, quote, "If this is navigating, then I'm a Tesla pickup." This is the first ever time that the Tesla company has been referred to by name in the Cars series. We've never actually officially seen a Tesla car throughout the Cars series. Natalie Certain seems to have been based on a Tesla, but in universe, she is a fictional type of car that Pixar made up for her. She's not an in-universe Tesla, but now we know that Tesla does exist in the Cars universe. Insert Elon Musk joke here. Two Big Owls. Does anybody else think it's weird that there are two separate Cars characters, both named Big Al? Like, seriously, what's the deal with that? There's Albert Hinkey, a fan of Lightning McQueen, who has also been referred to as Big Al, and then there's, of course, Big Al, who left Radiator Springs like 15 years ago, according to Ramon, after Lizzie mentions him in the Radiator Springs courthouse. And, as I first mentioned in the first Iceberg, these aren't the same character. We see what Big Al looked like in one of the Cars comics, and he was a blue van. But seriously, why are there two characters named Big Al? What is with Disney and naming characters Big Al? I'm pretty sure one of the bears in the Country Bear Jamboree is named Big Al too. And you have Al from Al's Toy Barn. Why are there so many Big Als? Parking Area 51. In the Cars tune short Unidentified Flying Mater, Mater's alien friend Mator is kidnapped by the government and taken to a military base called Parking Area 51. This, of course, is a reference to the real-life Area 51, which has been the subject of countless alien and supernatural conspiracy theories over the years. I wonder if there was a Cars equivalent of the Storm Area 51 meme. Were they all gonna Naruto drive there? Carsland dioramas. There are several dioramas full of Cars diecasts in Sarge's surplus hut in Carsland. These stand out because most of the cars that they use are actually prototypes from the 2013 and 14 diecast lines. Additionally, not only are there prototypes, there are actually some cancelled cars that were thrown into these dioramas, including a larger World Grand Prix security car, and I believe the Lights and Sound Brent Mustang Burger. And although not built for Carsland, it should be noted that Sarge's surplus hut is now the permanent resting place of the Precision Series prototype table first shown off at D23 when they were announcing the Precision Series. Mater's Tall Tales the video game. Cars Tunes Mater's Tall Tales was a Wii and PC game released in 2010, which featured a variety of different mini-games based off of several different Mater's Tall Tales episodes, including Rescue Squad Mater, Mater the Greater, El Matador, Monster Truck Mater, Unidentified Flying Mater, and finally Tokyo Mater. Each short had several different minigames you could play, with a variety of different genres of minigame. Stunt Racers. The Stunt Racers line was released in 2013. A plastic 155 scale toy line from Mattel, which featured gyroscopes and rev-up features in each of the items, which allowed them to do 4 different stunts: driving on 2 wheels, spinning on their backs, spinning on their fronts, and backwards driving. They could also drive forward, but that, I guess, isn't cool enough to be a stunt. That's just what every car can do. Anyway, the line released several racers from the first and second Cars movie, as well as Mater, but nowadays is probably best known as the place that the World Grand Prix haulers came from. Except nobody really knows that the World Grand Prix haulers were originally released for the Stunt Racers line. They actually had Stunt Racer launchers built into them. I mean, you would know that if you heard the part earlier on in the Iceberg where I talked about the World Grand Prix haulers, but yeah, moving on. K-Mart collector events. Back when K-Mart was a sustainable business, They would hold collector events or K-Days where you could pick up exclusive Cars diecasts. Typically, there would be about 2 of these a year. The exclusives started off being rubber tire variants of Piston Cup racers, but as time went on and after Cars 2 came out, they switched to having some other exclusives. While the K-Mart collector events really stopped happening in the early 2010s, they had one more in 2017 when Cars 3 was coming out, which allowed buyers to have a mail away to receive an exclusive Precision Series Fabulous Lightning McQueen. The full story of the K-Mart collector events is a really fascinating tale. I won't go into the full story here. If you want to know the full story of the K-Mart collector events, it's already been covered on my channel in a video that was made by AquaMarina, who is one of the editors for this video. So yeah, it's a really great video that she did that was posted on my channel as part of a collab event I was doing. If you want to know the full story, definitely check out that video. I'll put a link to it in the description. Mater's Rollin Bowlin. This was a playset released all the way back in 2006, one of the first ever Cars diecast playsets. It featured a little bowling alley that you could drive the exclusively decorated Mater down. This Mater, referred to as Rolling Bowling Mater, was only ever released in this playset, a 6-pack, and the elusive 2006 factory sealed set. Mater's Rollin' Bowlin' is interesting because it never appeared in the first Cars movie, despite being one of the first ever pieces of Cars merchandise. And as far as we know, it was just something created originally for the toy line. It wasn't something that was ever planned to be in the movie. If you want to learn more about this very unique Cars item, I did a video a few months back going over its full history, as well as an unboxing, review, and test of the playset itself. Mater's Spyglass. Several early pieces of Cars 2 merchandise from when the movie was first coming out include a green pop-up screen in front of one of Mater's eyes, known as his Spyglass. This name comes from its 1/55 scale diecast release, but it also appeared in the LEGO Ultra Build Mater, several storybooks, and a few other places. Although it does appear in storyboards, Mater's Spyglass didn't make it into the final cut of the movie, which is interesting. It was clearly far enough into production that it had several pieces of merchandise made. It was kind of an iconic piece of the Spy Mater look in Cars 2 promotion, showing you that this time, they spy now. I don't know why exactly it was cut, but in the final version of the movie, instead of having a little glass that pops up to tell Mater information, he just sees it out of his eyes, like when he's in the casino and Holly is telling him things. I guess it makes that scene easier because the Lemons would be super suspicious of him if this green screen popped up in front of his face. DVD pack-ins. Over the years, a few different Cars diecasts have been available exclusively alongside purchases of Cars DVDs. Up first, there was Blu-ray Lightning McQueen. I talked in the first Iceberg about how Cars was the last Disney movie to be released on VHS, but it was also the first Disney movie to be released on Blu-ray. As such, if you were to buy the Blu-ray, then sign up for the Disney Movie Rewards program and enter a code that came with said Cars Blu-ray, you could get this exclusive metallic Dynaco Lightning McQueen, known as Blu-ray Lightning McQueen. And interesting fun fact, this prototype image of him that was used on the website when you were entering the code actually has the same face as Bling Bling McQueen instead of the same face as Dynaco McQueen, which the final McQueen had. There was also this Cars DVD set that came with a exclusive metallic Rescue Squad Mater and gold Cruisin' McQueen, neither of which have ever been re-released. And finally, a Cars 2 Blu-ray included an exclusive metallic blue Finn McMissile. Well, sort of. This metallic blue Finn McMissile was originally released at D23. You had to do this whole secret agent thing to get it, and I think they'd give it to you in like an envelope. It was supposed to be super cool and secretive. But I guess they had an excessive amount of extra stock of this Finn, because he ended up not only packed in with this DVD, but also sold as a store exclusive. Disney Collect by Topps. Disney Collect by Topps is a digital trading card app that allows you to collect cards based off of different properties by Disney. From Disney to Pixar to the Muppets, we've got a lot of stuff in here. It's a follow-up to their other apps, Marvel Collect and Star Wars Collect, which was the first app of this kind, which I was an avid player of back in the day, thank you very much. I had 23 cards of Tally Lintra get on my level. Disney Collect has had a few different Cars card sets over the past few years, including Cars Momentum, Cars Doodles, Retro Road, and most recently their Dino Park set, which actually gave us a really good look at the official artwork of a lot of the dinosaurs from Dino Park. Rusty's Wraps. In Cars 3, Mcqueen is given a new foil wrap design when he goes to the Rusty's Racing Center. And in the credits, we see a picture of Mater awkwardly getting the same treatment, with Mcqueen's Rusty's wrap sort of poorly placed on him. This one joke in the Cars 3 credits inspired a line of merchandise in both the Mini Racers line and the Tomica Cars diecast line, known as the Rusty's Wraps, with Tomica even making a bit of a backstory for them, explaining that after seeing Mater get his own Rusty's wrap, some of the other Radiator Springs townies wanted theirs as well. Tomica released Rusty's wrap variants of Mater, Luigi, Guido, and Fillmore. Mini Racers, meanwhile, started off with a 3-pack of Mater, Mcqueen, and Red in 2019, the same year that Tomica did theirs. And a bit later on, Rusty's wrap variants of Fillmore and Ramon were released in the Mini Racers blind boxes. When the original Rusty's Wraps 3-pack came out, Mini Racers also released a Dinoco Wraps 3-pack, which included Cruz and new Dinoco Wraps Mcqueen and Sally, who had Cruz-inspired designs. But no more Dinoco Wraps releases were ever made, and Tomica never made any of their own. Disney Crossy Road. Disney Crossy Road was a game that was a spin-off of the original Crossy Road, an app that blew up in the mid-2010s, where you play as a chicken or a variety of other animals and attempt to cross the road. It had a really cute, appealing art style, and was basically a mobile, new generation version of Frogger. The Disney spin-off was honestly pretty impressive, featuring a wide variety of different Disney IPs, and different sort of roads for each one of them, with a ton of different characters for each. One of these was Cars. The Cars road was based on the Thunder Hollow Demolition Derby, and it was released on July 15th, 2017. Several characters were playable, including Mcqueen, Primer Mcqueen, Fabulous Mcqueen, Lightning Storm Mcqueen for some reason. I'm just reading this list for the first time now. I don't see anyone else from the first movie. Why is he here? Cruz, Dinoco Cruz, Jackson Storm, Shannon Spokes, Mater, Sally, Sarge, Tex Dinoco, Ramon, Florida 500 Ramon, Cars 3 Ramon, or as we typically know him, Intro Ramon, Flo, Doc, the Hudson Hornet, Rusty and Dusty, Fillmore, Luigi, Guido, Natalie Certain, Sheriff, Sterling, Miss Fritter, Chick Hicks, River Scott, Junior Midnight Moon, Luis Nash, Dr. Damage, Arvy, Mac, Gail Buford, Red, Ryan Inside Laney, Danny Swervez, and the Pizza Planet truck. Although according to the Disney Crossy Road Wiki, yes, that exists, the Dinoco Showgirl, the King, Muddy, Cruz, and Mcqueen, My Name Is Not Chuck, Frank, and Stanley were unreleased. Wow. That's a lot of options, but personally, I'd much rather play as the bride from the Haunted Mansion. Lightning McQueen Body Swap. One rather disturbing deleted scene from the first Cars movie has Lightning dreaming of his engine being removed and put into the body of a steamroller so that he can better pave Radiator Springs. Mater is then transferred into Lightning's body, Mac conveniently arrives to pick him up, and Mater drives off inside of Mac, and Lightning is stuck forever in the body of a steamroller. And then he wakes up, and it was obviously all just a bad dream. But man, this is messed up. I'm glad this was cut. This is really, really weird. Mac Track Challenge. The diecast mainline for 2009 was called Race-o-Rama, the same name as the Cars video game that came out that year, which is a very strange cross-promotion because nothing from the Cars Race-o-Rama video game appeared in the Race-o-Rama Cars diecast line, and vice versa. It was just them sharing a name. The even weirder part is that the 2009 Race-o-Rama cars all included a little ticket with a code that would allow you to unlock something in the World of Cars Online game, which is not the same as Cars Race-o-Rama, which was a console release. Once again, begging the question, why name the diecast line Race-o-Rama if it has nothing to do with Race-o-Rama? Well, there is one item that is in both Cars Race-o-Rama and the Race-o-Rama toy line, and that is the Mack Track Challenge. This was a playset where you would drive around and a big plastic Mack was embedded into the playset, acting as a ramp. The Mack Track Challenge was also an event at the beginning of the Cars Race-o-Rama video game, where you drive around a track for a few laps, and on the final lap you're allowed to jump through Mack, who has a ramp built into him. So yeah, this is the only time the Race-o-Rama diecast line actually did something relating to the Cars Race-o-Rama game, which also makes this technically the only piece of merchandise from the Cars diecast line to ever have anything to do with the Cars video game, since they infamously have not done any releases from the Cars video games, much to the disappointment of many fans. Blank Yellow Pities. The Pixar popcorn short Dancing with the Cars features 4 blank yellow pitties in Radiator Springs dancing with everyone. Very confused as to who these pitties were, fans began to speculate, with many thinking that maybe they're Cruz's pit crew. She is painted yellow after all, and they are pitties after all, right? The speculation all started when these pitties appeared in the trailer for the Pixar popcorn shorts, but then when they came out and we learned that they had no dialogue whatsoever, we got no answers. We still don't know who these guys are. A few pieces of Cars on the Road merchandise relating to Cruz or the Rusty's Racing Center have also included blank yellow pitties. They are slightly different in design. They're all based off of the white Racing Center pitties we see in Cars 3, just repainted yellow to fit the new theme of it being the Dynaco Racing Center. So, I don't know, maybe these yellow pitties work there. I don't think it matters. They were just hanging out on dance night in Radiator Springs. Can we please just ignore that the Pixar popcorn shorts exist and move on with our lives? Thank you. Riker in Planes 1. Before being formally introduced in Planes Fire and Rescue, the character Riker has a brief cameo at the airport at the very end of the first Planes movie. He actually has a slightly different design going into Planes Fire and Rescue, and his original diecast release actually used his design from the first Planes movie. Despite being a release for Fire and Rescue, they had to go back later on and update him to match the Planes 2 design. Marlena Wolfsburg. Marlena Wolfsburg is a character that was planned to be in Cars 2. She was a German racer who claimed to be the ultimate Le Mans endurance racer. You can see her in the Cut Germany race deleted scene where she's quite prominent, even having several speaking lines. Her design appears to be nearly identical to the final version of the movie's Brazilian racer Carla Veloso, just painted purple instead. So, when Marlena was dropped, her design was probably repurposed for Carla. Crazy 8 Crashers. Crazy 8 Crashers released in 2017, a part of the initial Cars 3 merchandise wave. And they were pretty interesting, based of course on the Demolition Derby scene from Cars 3. These cars didn't actually have functioning wheels. Instead, they had one wheel that was rubber underneath them, which was on a circular platform that could sort of rotate and spin around. You could rev these cars up and just shoot them in any direction you wanted to, and they could all crash into each other. It was a pretty interesting concept, and I'm sure a pretty fun one if you were a kid at the time, because every kid loves to crash toy cars, right? These were typically sold in packs of 2 and only featured characters from the Demolition Derby sequence of Cars 3. So you had Lightning and Cruz, and then just a bunch of the different Demolition Derby racers. In addition to the 2 cars, you would also typically get some accessories to fill out your own Demolition Derby, including things like tires or chain link fences that you could actually connect together if you got several of them. Or if you bought the big Demolition Derby playset, it would come complete with its own big separatable fence that you can add your fence pieces to. Larger characters such as Mr. Drippy and Arvy were sold by themselves, and from what I remember, they actually had 4 fully functioning wheels, not just the one underneath. I remember these being pretty big shelf warmers back in the day, and from what I've seen from some of my friends and viewers from other parts in the world, you could still find them on store shelves in a lot of countries outside of the US, which is pretty strange. I guess they really weren't all that popular, and I guess that makes sense. They didn't really make too many main characters, they didn't roll normally, and Why buy these when you could just buy regular die casts? Well, regular die casts, of course, will probably chip or get damaged if you crash them into each other, but no kid really cares about that. They're all toys. Uh, Kids are going to do what they do. Racing headquarters. At the end of the first Cars movie, Lightning mentions setting up his racing headquarters in Radiator Springs, and I guess the developers of the Cars video games took that very, very literally, because in Cars International, the Lightning McQueen's racing headquarters building opens up, replacing the defunct Radiator Springs garage that is across from Mater's impound lot, which we see when Lightning first wakes up in the town. The racing headquarters appear once again in Race-o-Rama, but at this point they've been converted into a store for Lightning to sell racing parts. Race-o-Rama seems to have been the last time that the racing headquarters building appeared. In Cars 2, we see the part of the town where the building should be, but it isn't there, and neither is the Radiator Springs garage. So I guess the garage was demolished, and then the headquarters was built to replace it, and then I guess, as of the time of Cars 2, the racing headquarters was also demolished. So, good job, Lightning. You did a great job staying in business. How is it, Lightning, that all the cars in Radiator Springs were able to keep their businesses running for 50 years, but when you come in, you make a racing headquarters, immediately turn it into a shop, and then it's gone 2 years later? This guy sucks at running a business. Sphero Ultimate Lightning McQueen. Released in 2017, this was meant to be the ultimate Lightning McQueen remote control toy released by Sphero, with a screen display for his eyes, moving lips, and a bunch of different features. Probably my favorite feature he had was the ability to commentate on the Cars movies if you watched them with him. From what I've heard, originally he could only commentate on Cars 3, but later on compatibility with the first 2 movies were added. He was controlled by an app, just like a bunch of other Sphero toys, but unfortunately, from what I've heard, you can no longer download said app. So, if you've recently bought a Sphero Lightning McQueen and you didn't already have the app, good luck controlling it. A few years ago, I did a video breaking down the concept art for this McQueen. I still don't know why I chose to make that video. I never owned this McQueen. I guess I thought looking at the concept art was cool, and it was pretty cool. It revealed some interesting cut features and ideas, such as, for example, Mac being his box/charger, which unfortunately wasn't in the final version. Cars 3 as told by Lego Bricks. This is a video released by LEGO's YouTube channel on December 20th of 2017 that simply retells Cars 3 using the different Cars 3 Lego sets. It's a fun, cute little recap. The stuff Lego puts out always has a lot of love and care put into it. I have no complaints. There's nothing to complain about, other than the fact that there isn't an official Lego dock, and for whatever reason, they decided not to make one for this video, just out of pre-existing Lego pieces. No, instead they just made Doc out of a big mound of blue clay. Sure, why not? Anyway, the thing that's really interesting about this video is that it has racked up over 113 million views. 113 million! Which is insane, and it makes it the most viewed video on LEGO's YouTube channel, which is absolutely crazy. Collector checklist books. In 2009, the Night Vision Lightning McQueen diecast was released with a full collector checklist booklet included alongside him. This showcased every car planned to be released for the 2009 diecast line. Mattel did this once again in 2010, including a 2010 collector's checklist booklet with a metallic Dragon Lightning McQueen release. I had the 2009 book as a kid, and I still do. Honestly, it's even cooler to have nowadays, because both of these booklets are full of canceled releases. A bunch of cars that weren't out at the time that they made these collector checklists used screenshots from the movie or CGI renders to represent what they were going to look like. Some used prototype images, and some just had no images, and many of these items got canceled in both of these books. So it's a pretty cool resource to see what was supposed to come out in 2009 and 2010, what actually did, and then what didn't. New buildings and Fast as Lightning. With Cars Fast as Lightning having a city builder aspect where you could build up your own Radiator Springs, they added several new buildings to Radiator Springs that you can purchase and add. Most of these are homes for the different cars you can unlock throughout the game, and you could choose where you place them, but there are a few other interesting locations that they added specifically for the game that are already on the Radiator Springs map when you start it. Most prominently is the garage, where you upgrade cars and can look at all the different cars you can unlock throughout the game. There's also a mine off to the sides, a big sort of Dynaco showroom area, and a car wash off to the side. You have to expand your town and build to get to most of these. I miss this game. This was really fun. Is that a hot take? Is that an unpopular opinion that I absolutely adore Fast as Lightning? I don't know. Chucky in Cars 2 the video game. Chucky appears as a playable character in Cars 2 the video game, and they make some very interesting choices with her. Up first, it's very interesting that Chucky is in the Cars 2 video game in the first place. She first appeared in the first Cars movie, although she does cameo on TV screens in Japan in Tokyo Mater and in Cars 2. But Cars 2 the video game also claims that she's the car on the bathroom screen that Mater sees. It's part of her character description, and it's even reflected in her design, with a more cartoony stylized design with eyes that sort of look like digital screens. When I was a kid, I used to think that the car we see on the bathroom screen was supposed to be Chucky. They are pretty similar, but we don't really have any confirmation on that, I guess, other than Cars 2, the video game, but I don't really count that as a viable source for whether or not that car is supposed to be Chucky. It's a very strange situation. Cars 2 DLC. Cars 2, the video game, is the only Cars video game to include additional downloadable content. Several DLC packs were released with 4 characters in each, and they sold for $2.99. If you wanted just one character from the pack, you could buy them for 99 cents, making it always a better choice to just buy the full pack. It would be cheaper. According to the Xbox 360 store at the time, these were the packs you could get. You could get the Queen for free, but you had to pay for all of the other packs. The Cars 2 pack included Uncle Topolino, Mater as Ivan, Kabuki Mater, and Victor Hugo. The Road Hazards bundle included Wingo, Snotrod, Boost, and DJ. The Tall Tales pack included Tokyo Mater, Dragon McQueen, Mater the Greater, and Daredevil Lightning. The Radiator Springs bundle included Flo, Sheriff Ramon, and Chick Hicks, my favorite Radiator Springs resident. And the Chrome Agents pack included Rod Torque Redline, Rod Redline Undercover, Cherry Blossom Holly, and Finn Airport Security. There were also 2 PlayStation 3 exclusive characters, Lightyear Lightning and Francesco Hot Rod, both of which, unlike the Queen, had to be purchased individually for 99 cents each and weren't available on other consoles. Well, we're now about halfway through with the Iceberg, and there's still a lot left to go. So before we continue, how about we take a quick break, a quick commercial break, before we get back to the rest of the Iceberg.
New Lego car sets. Professor Z has stolen Lightning McQueen's tires. Only you can help his friends get them back. Build agents Finn McMissile and Mater. And begin your mission. You found the tires, but watch out for the villains. Lightning McQueen is ready to race. All new Lego car sets, each set sold separately.
Looks like a beautiful day for a race, Bob.
I'll say the crowd's hungry for action, that's for sure.
I think they're just hungry, Bob.
The champ sizes up the competition. Who's not impressed?
Better hold on to your apple dippers. This is going to be a good one. And they're off.
Woo-wee, look at them go.
Uh-oh, looks like there's trouble.
And the pit crew springs into action.
I can get one high-octane toy from Disney and Pixar's new film Cars and every McDonald's Happy Meal.
Now, there's something you don't see every day.
Hey, Lightning, when are the folks coming?
Really soon. Why are you whispering?
'Cause this whole place is super-duper top secret. Hey, what's that button do?
Mater!
Holy spark plugs! This place is cool!
A whole new land is opening June 15th at Disney California Adventure Park. Test ride Radiator Springs Racers, Luigi's Flying Tires, and more. Cars Land. Get ready to be floored.
Turn them off, Mater?
We're good. Nobody saw that.
From Disney-Pixar Cars comes Riplash Racers and the Rip Start Challenge Loop Track Set. For the first time, you can rip and launch multiple cars side by side for incredible racing action. It's time for the big race as Lightning McQueen and Francesco Bernoulli battle head-to-head. Master the loop, extend the gap, catch big air. Lightning McQueen wins! Amazing! Rip Start your racing with cars and the Riplash Racers Rip Start Challenge Loop Track Set. Track set with one car and other cars and sets, each sold separately.
From the Disney-Pixar movie Cars 2, it's Finn McMissile. He's in a race.
Let's go!
To save the world from evil.
That's him. He's the one. Activate weapons. Fire!
Deploy spy screen.
Target sighted.
There's no stopping this secret agent.
Marvelous.
Secret spy attacks Finn McMissile. Really talks and fires missiles.
Connect Rush. Connect Rush, a Disney-Pixar adventure, was an Xbox 360 game released in 2012, which relied heavily on the Xbox Kinect, the motion controller for the Xbox, which would scan you, and then you sort of move around doing the controls. You know what the Kinect is. You've seen Kinect Star Wars. Anyway, this game featured levels based off of several different Pixar movies, one of which was Cars. And since this came out right after Cars 2, you were actually involved in this whole sort of lemon chase game, which is pretty interesting. Hilariously, the game was re-released in 2017 for the Xbox One, removing the Kinect compatibility and just renaming the game Rush, a Disney-Pixar adventure. Rules of the Road. This was an animated short released to Pixar's YouTube channel in October of 2021, a part of the Pixar Remix series where they would take different Pixar movies and redo them in different animation styles. They turned Up into an anime, they turned WALL-E into an 8-bit animation, and they turned Cars into sort of a storybook animation with an original folk song about the movie being sung over all of it. Something very fitting for the Cars series, I feel. And not gonna lie, the song kinda goes hard. Listen to it on your own time. I'm not gonna play it here out of fear of getting claimed by Pixar. In addition to Rules of the Road, they also made a Cars 3 Pixar Remix episode, which was Cars 3 as a sports documentary. It's the most recent one released. It's the only one that doesn't have, like, original animation made for it. Honestly, the whole thing is just kinda lazy, but I should mention that also exists. Darth Mater statue. We all know about the Cars Star Wars crossover diecast line that started in 2013 and was sold in the Disney parks, which of course made Mater Darth Vader. But this idea was first executed back in 2008, where a one-of-a-kind Darth Mater statue was auctioned off at the Dream Halloween auction on October 25th, 2008. This was the same auction that 2 years prior had the insanely rare, one-of-a-kind red Ransburg Mcqueen. This was a pretty large Mater statue, which came complete with signatures from Star Wars creator George Lucas and Pixar's John Lasseter. Again, only one was ever made, and man, it is a really nice statue. Red overspray error. In late 2008 into early 2009, metallic variants of Lightning McQueen were given a red overspray to their paint job for some reason after the decals had already been applied, resulting in the decals on these McQueen variants appearing to be pink. This variant, nicknamed the red overspray error by fans, affected Cruisin' McQueen, Radiator Springs McQueen, and even the lenticular release of Radiator Springs McQueen. I remember hearing this issue happened again 10 years later with the metallic Hudson Hornet Piston Cup McQueen release, this time, of course, being a blue overspray error instead of a red one, but I could not for the life of me find a picture of this online, but I'm pretty sure it did happen to certain copies of this McQueen as well.
Magnet.
According to Meet the Cars and Car Finder, Johnny Blamer, the four-wheel drive racer from the first Cars movie, has never finished a single Piston Cup race. He always gets involved in some sort of crash, which is why he's gained the nickname Magnet Face. He currently holds a record of 445 starts and 0 finishes. Poor guy. Even his Walmart listing can't catch a break. Cone Droid. I think by the last wave of the Cars Star Wars crossover line, they were running out of Cars characters to fill the roles of Star Wars characters because for some reason they made Sarge Emperor Palpatine.
A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one.
I think Sarge would have fit a lot better as one of the Imperial officers, maybe a Grand Moff Tarkin or something, and the accessory that he comes with, honestly, sort of proves my point here, as he comes packed with a cone droid. That's right, it's one of the classic Star Wars mouse droids, but now it's a traffic cone. I absolutely love this. I absolutely love this. It's great. The fact that they made this is so funny, and it's such, like, just a cute little detail. It just shows how much love and dedication was put into the Star Wars Cars line. And, while Sarge may not be the best fit for the Emperor, they did give him lightning shooting out of his headlights, so, that's pretty dope. Mike Joyride. Mike Joyride is one of the last characters listed in the credits of Cars 3, and you could very easily miss him, as he doesn't actually physically appear in the movie. Instead, you only hear his voice. He's the host of Piston Cup Talk Around the Clock, the radio show that Lightning is listening to when we first see Radiator Springs in the movie. Mike Joyride is voiced by Mike Joy, an actual racing commentator from the real world. You know, the real world, where cars don't talk, and Larry the Cable Guy isn't a tow truck. Circus car names. The 2015 Super Chase line was entirely made up of the circus cars from the Bugs Life parody in the credits of the first Cars movie. The names Mattel gave them were as follows: Circus Cab, Circus Forklift, Circus GT, Circus Pickup, Circus Sedan, and Circus Van. So as you can see, not very clever. However, they do have actual names. They were just only said in the Cars Daredevil Garage app. Yeah. Their names are as follows. The Circus Van was Blinky, the Circus Pickup was Rimzo, the Circus Sedan was Clutchy, the Circus GT was Honkers, and the Circus Forklift was Beep Beep. Unfortunately, the Circus Cab was not playable in the game on account of it being too big, so to this day he still doesn't have a name. Poor guy. Hold on, let's come up with a better name for him. I'm gonna call him, Brendan. He's Brendan now. Say hi to Brendan. Red-propped Balsa and Baby Thrush. The red-propped Balsa and Baby Thrush are among the most unique character designs in the entire Cars series. These two are of course meant to be birds, appearing in Planes, Fire, and Rescue, and while birds typically are depicted as just smaller planes throughout the Cars series, these are a lot more unique as they're based off of wooden toy balsa wood planes. I think that was such a clever choice. This is easily, I think, one of the coolest things to come out of Planes, Fire, and Rescue. That, and of course, the Roomba car. Bear Grylls in Planes 2. Bear Grylls needs no introduction. You're probably well aware of who he is. He's been the host of several nature, adventure, survival shows over the years, including Man vs. Wild, Running Wild with Bear Grylls. He even had his own weird Temple Run knockoff app at one point. Just throwing that one out there. Bear Grylls provided the voice of Avalanche in Planes, Fire, and Rescue. Well, sorta. You see, he only voiced Avalanche in the UK theatrical release of the movie, while Brian Callen provided the voice of Avalanche in the American release and releases in other English-speaking parts of the world. I don't know why they chose to only have Bear Grylls voice him in the UK dub. This is very similar to the Jeremy Clarkson Harv situation, which I talked about in the first Iceberg. But honestly, I think Bear Grylls is a lot more well-known in the US than Jeremy Clarkson is. They could have included Bear Grylls' voice in the US release, but whatever. Also, there's another thing that adds to this to make it even stranger. Bear Grylls only voiced Avalanche in the UK theatrical release. The UK DVD release used Brian Callen's voice. So I don't know if Bear Grylls' Avalanche audio is even out there anymore. If it was only ever in the theatrical release of the movie, it may be lost media at this point. If you know anything about this, definitely let me know in the comments. It should also be noted that Bear Grylls was not alone in voicing a character for the UK theatrical cut. Emma Bunton, former Spice Girls member, and her radio host partner Jamie Theakston played 2 background characters at the Honkers Bar, only in the UK theatrical dub of Planes 2. Action Agents. Released in 2011, these are little plastic cars based on Cars 2, mainly on the film's spy characters, that came with plastic launchers that you could plug into the back of the cars and then shoot them off to go on your spy adventures. They released quite a few different characters and a few character variants with a lot of fun different types of launchers and accessories, a couple larger vehicles. These are a pretty cute toy line which featured, like I said, a pretty wide range of the spy characters from Cars 2. Like so many other toy lines featured on this Iceberg video, the Action Agents line has become pretty obscure and forgotten about over the years. While I really like the simplified, cute designs of these guys, my favorite thing about this toy line is probably the commercial, which features a bunch of mini adventures in the background to fill up space on a boat, and also uses the music from The Incredibles the entire time. They don't even use Cars music, they use the theme from The Incredibles. I can't play it here, but just take my word for it. I'll throw a link to it in the description. It's hilarious. Why are they using the music from a different Pixar movie? I'm not going to complain though, because it honestly works surprisingly well. Gold Radiator Springs Racer. There are many different colors of car that you could ride in at the Radiator Springs Racers ride at Cars Land, but one of them only exists in merchandise form, that being a gold one. While you can't drive in a gold car in the ride, you can pick up a gold Radiator Springs Racers diecast exclusive to a 4-pack sold at Cars Land. Riplash Racers. Riplash Racers was a toy line that started in 2014 and I believe ended in 2015. It featured small plastic cars with only one functioning wheel, a large wheel with a rubber tire built into their back with a hole on either side that allowed you to plug in an included ripcord. Pull the ripcord, and the car would go. Now, these were pretty infamous to me as a kid because of their ridiculously scummy advertising. Single packs included one car, a ripcord, and just a cardboard image making it look like another car was included. So from a distance, you think you would be buying a pack of 2 when you were actually just buying a pack of 1. 2 packs had the same practice, including 2 cars, a ripcord, and a plastic ramp with space for 3 cars, the third of which was also just a cardboard cutout. From my experience as someone who only ever bought the single packs and thus never owned one of the ramps, Riplash Racers were honestly pretty hard to use without one of the ramps. You would have to try to stabilize the car on your own while you put the ripcord in and pulled it out and tried to have the car move. I don't know, it was kind of a mess. Really should have bought one of those 2 packs, but all in all, I remember the Riplash Racers as just kind of being disappointing to me as a kid and also just kind of scummy. If you bought a single pack, there was really no point, and also, I mean, they made it look like you were buying more than you actually were. There was actually a Planes line of Riplash Racers released for Planes Fire and Rescue, and those worked significantly better in my opinion. You placed these planes on a little plastic trigger, put the ripcord in, pulled it out, shot the plane out, and they would fly. Now those were pretty fun. Ice Drifters / Power Turners. The Ice Drifters were released in 2015. These plastic cars were a little bit larger than 1/43 scale, the scale that Disney Store cars used for reference, and were made by Mattel as a tie-in to the Ice Racers toy line. They were plastic, and when you pulled them back, they would have extreme drifting action. Basically, they would drive in vaguely a U-shape. Only 4 characters were released for this line despite the TROC Ice Racers line including all of the World Grand Prix racers. Lightning, Raoul, Lewis, and Vitaly Petrov were the only cars released. The next year in 2016, the idea was revisited for the Carbon Racers line, this time called the Power Turners. Instead of extreme drifting action, these cars had extreme S-curve action. And as somebody who was accidentally sent a Carbon Racers Power Turners Max Schnell when I ordered the die-cast for him. I can confirm for you, the extreme S-curve action sucks. Barely works. It's pretty bad. Anyway, this line only released Lightning, Miguel, and Max Schnell, and the large-scale plastic TROC cars with pullback features were not revisited for the next line, the Carnival Racers. Vinylmations. Vinylmations were a line of vinyl figures released in the Disney parks and Disney stores in the 2010s. The premise for these was that each one took a different Disney character and put them onto the body of a vinyl Mickey Mouse to varying results. It's a fun concept, but it didn't always turn out right. Case in point, they made Cars 1s. Yeah, that's right. They made Lightning and Mater, adapting two vehicles onto the shape of a cartoon mouse. They also made DJ as part of a California Adventure line, and Guido, who might be the only one who works okay, because they didn't adapt him onto a humanoid body. They just painted Guido onto Mickey. Disney Cars Wood Collection. The Disney Cars Wood Collection was released in 2011, and I'm pretty sure the entire line was exclusive to Toys R Us. It was basically your typical Brio or Thomas Wooden Railway, but for cars. That was simply all there was to it. The track style was very similar. All of the characters were made in a scale to fit on the track, and several character packs, typically sold in twos, locations, and playsets were sold, including characters and variants from the first and second Cars movie. In 2017, a few similar Cars wooden items were released for Cars 3. Minnie's name inconsistency. Minnie is a character that pops up all over the Cars series, but for a time, it seems they couldn't decide how to spell her name. In the credits of the first Cars movie, her name is spelled M-I-N-N-Y. But in the Car Finder game and her original diecast release from 2009, it was spelled M-I-N-I, just the regular word Minnie. Seems that nowadays it's been accepted that her name is M-I-N-N-Y. Even her most recent diecast release back in 2017 spelt it that way. Race and Wreck. Released in 2017 to coincide with Cars 3, Race and Wreck is your classic crashable toy cars. Except when you crash them, they twist like this. Yeah, that's pretty brutal, especially when you remember that in universe these characters are alive. And they just got twisted like a bendy straw. The first wave, released in 2017, included Lightning McQueen, Cruz Ramirez, and Cal Weathers. A second wave, released later on in the year, included Fabulous McQueen, Dinoco Cruz, and Bobby Swift. And then there's the elusive third wave, so obscure that I didn't even know about it until just a few weeks ago. These cars are on the 2018 card back style, suggesting that they were released at some point in 2018, and this wave included Jackson Storm, Cruz Ramirez as Francis Beltline, and APB. Yeah, kind of a weird assortment. I discovered the existence of these online while I was doing research for this very video just a few weeks ago. I quickly shared them to my Discord server. I first found the Jackson Storm, and then other people quickly found APB and Francis Beltline, complete with Amazon links to them that aren't selling them. Our assumption was that these cars were either cancelled or only released internationally, and I still don't quite know. We tried to reach out to some other Cars fan communities online. I asked my channel, and the best response I got was a viewer of mine from Ecuador who says they remember seeing the cruise. So it seems these may have actually been released, just in certain parts of the world and not really all that widely. It should also be noted that we found a Bobby Swift on a 2018 card back as well, showing that at least he was re-released for 2018. But yeah, these are super obscure. I don't really know, again, if they were canceled or if they just had a very limited release. That seems to be the case, but again, we don't really have that many people who know of them or remember seeing them. So yeah, if you know anything about Race and Wreck Wave 3, definitely let me know in the comments. This situation is very similar to a line called Crunch and Crash, which featured the Demolition Derby cars, and when you crashed them, they sort of crunched up. They made an RV, Miss Fritter, and Dr. Damage, and then we found images online for Mr. Drippy, who was on a 2018 card back and nobody had known existed. So yeah, this is an issue with both of these toy lines. Cars in real racing. Over the years, one pretty common way to promote the car series has been with actual race cars in real life. We've seen many different cars with Disney Cars themed liveries over the years in several different racing circuits. When the first Cars movie was coming out, Valvoline racer Scott Riggs featured decals of Lightning McQueen, the King, and the Cars logo on his car in a few different places. This design even got its own Hot Wheels release, so it's pretty cool to see that there's an official Hot Wheels out there with Disney Cars characters and the Cars logo on it. But it's after the first Cars movie came out that these designs start to get really cool. In 2006, Disney Interactive Studios had their own racer in Japan's GT300 series, a modified Toyota MR2 Spider labeled as the Toy Story racing car. With decals to make it look like Buzz Lightyear, it raced as number 101. In 2008, they replaced this design with, of course, a Lightning McQueen design, swapping out the number to 95 to boot. Unfortunately, the MR2 Spider received 9th place overall in the season and didn't even finish its last race. 2008 marked the end of the Disney Interactive Studios co-branding and also the end of the usage of the MR2 Spider. In 2017, for China's FRD LMP3 series, the Craft Bamboo Racing Team featured 2 Ligier JSP3s with Cars liveries. One, racing as number 95, was Lightning McQueen, and the other, number 20, was Jackson Storm. These two only raced for the first 2 rounds of the season. Also in 2017, Bubba Wallace, who has a cameo in Cars 3 as Bubba Wheelhouse, raced in a NASCAR sponsoring the movie at the Dover International Speedway. Full screen and open matte. While the widescreen version of Cars is easily the most accessible and well-known, there exist a few other formats to watch the first Cars movie as well. There's the full screen version, most well known for being the version that aired on Disney Channel, where the movie takes up the entire screen, which results in some parts of the screen occasionally being a bit cut off. There's also the open matte version, where the top and bottom of the screen that are cut off in widescreen are visible, allowing you to see a bit more of the screen than what you'd see in the widescreen cut. Many Cars fans try to track down the full screen and open matte versions as they allow for slightly different viewing experiences. The differences in each cut are best exemplified by these images that my friend Marcus Lafrano sent me for this video. Thanks so much for the help. Quick Changers. Released after Cars 2, the Quick Changers were a line of 1/55 scale plastic cars by Mattel that could change between 2 different forms if you either crashed them into something or if you pressed a button on their back window, or their hook if they're mater. There were 2 sort of subdivisions of Quick Changers. There were Quick Changers Spy, which featured the spy characters from Cars 2, and typically featured pop-out weapons when you press down on them. And then there was Quick Changers Race, which featured the racers from Cars 2, and typically featured them getting crash damage. There are some exceptions though, like a Lightning McQueen that sticks his tongue out, and a Wasabi Mater that also sticks his tongue out. So yeah, they either have pop-out weapons, crash damage, or pop-out tongues. The Quick Changers line was really cool though, another thing I don't really hear people talking about today. It also had quite a few playsets, one of which was actually a large-scale Krabby, the only 1/55 scale Krabby, the crabbing boat, Mattel has ever given us. Abandoned Mines. On several occasions throughout the Cars series, we've seen that there are a set of abandoned mines around Radiator Springs. The most prominent example, to me, the first one I think of, are the abandoned mines that you can drive through in Cars the video game. In the Tailfin Pass portion of the map, you can drive through this whole winding cave system that used to be a mine. But there are some other examples throughout the rest of the Cars series. I wonder what they were mining for. I assume probably gold. Maybe this opened in the gold rush during the 1800s, which would then actually make these mines older than Radiator Springs itself. Mini and Van in Cars 3. The initial Cars 3 diecast lineup included the surprising return of the Mini and Van diecasts, but when the movie came out, Minnie and Van were nowhere to be found. Despite being introduced in the first Cars movie and returning for a cameo at the end of Cars 2, these two haven't really been seen since, at least not in another movie. They were not in Cars 3, and why they were in the diecast line remains unknown to this day. They were probably supposed to appear at one point, and then were cut after they had finalized the diecast lineup. I'd assume that's what happened, but we've never really gotten confirmation on a supposed Minnie and Van cameo. Officer Mater. Easily one of the strangest Mini Racers 3-packs ever released was the Sheriff's Deputies 3-packs from the summer of 2020. This included Sheriff, the new release of Lieutenant Lightning McQueen from the Mater Private Eye short, and APB, the demolition derby car who's painted like a police car. And then in 2021, they released a new police car for the Mini Racers line, that being Officer Mater, who came out in the blind bags. Everything about this is just so strange. It's so weird. The 3-pack is weird. It's really weird. Because you have Sheriff McQueen from a Cars tune where he's shown as a police officer in a story Mater tells, and then a demolition derby car who's painted like a police car. And then they release Officer Mater, which is just an original concept made up for the Mini Racers line, but obviously it's supposed to go alongside Lieutenant McQueen, which is extra weird because Lieutenant McQueen already appeared somewhere where he had a corresponding Mater who wasn't a police car. He was a detective. This is just, it's weird, man. And honestly, if you wanted to do these police cars, that's perfectly fine, but why include APB in that 3-pack? Why couldn't you have just made Officer Mater a bit earlier and put him in that 3-pack? Because APB is not a real police car. Why is she with Sheriff's Deputies? DJ's Ready, Set, Party Time. In the first Iceberg, we talked about DJ's Dance and Drive, a show in Cars Land where DJ would drive through the town playing music and stop, and a bunch of people would dance along with him. In 2019, after the Lightning McQueen's Racing Academy ride had been announced and was opening, DJ was relocated from California to Florida, and DJ's Ready, Set, Party Time began. A similar dance show that just ran outside of Lightning McQueen's Racing Academy instead of through the streets of Cars Land. This was a bit different than DJ's Dance and Drive, featuring different songs including Life is a Highway and Shut Up and Drive by Rihanna. Very clever, guys. And also featured different games that kids could play alongside DJ playing his music. Also, crews would occasionally interject and speak as well, as an animatronic cruise is located right by where the DJ one is parked. I actually haven't been to Disney World since before Lightning McQueen's Racing Academy opened, so I'm not sure if DJ's Ready, Set, Party Time is still there. If it is, let me know in the comments. Emeryville. With the final race of the first Cars movie taking place in California, Pixar couldn't help but give themselves a few shout-outs. At the time, Pixar was located in Emeryville, and during a montage before the race, we see that the city of Emeryville has been closed for the race. A little bit later on in the movie, we get what's easily my favorite Easter egg in the entire first Cars movie. As the 3 jets fly overhead before the Piston Cup race, you can see one rather large building in the background as part of the California cityscape. This is a fully modeled version of Pixar headquarters. In the Cars tune Moon Mater, a newspaper called the Emeryville Gazette is shown when Mater makes it home safely from the moon. And the final reference to Emeryville that I could find in the Cars series is in the credits of Cars 2, where you could see Lightning and Mater drive past a stylized version of the Pixar building, complete with the Luxo lamp, huge outside, and the actual Pixar Animation Studios sign out front. So this is easily the most obvious reference, but it's also in the credits of Cars 2. It's not in the movie in universe. It's just a fun Easter egg they threw on this map in the credits. Lightning McQueen Alive. Released in 2011, this toy was marketed as the first ever 1/55 scale, fully animated talking race car. Not really sure there was much competition in the 155 scale, fully animated talking race car market, but there you go. In all seriousness, I think this is one of the most impressive pieces of Cars merchandise ever made. It's a nearly 155 scale, I believe it's a little bit bigger than 155 scale, plastic Lightning McQueen with a moving mouth, moving eyes, and it drives around on its own. It even comes with this very cute, all-in-all themed charging station. It says over 40 phrases that are actually recorded by Owen Wilson, and just has a lot of cool features. It sold for $60 back in 2011, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised they never tried something like this again. It's pretty impressive. Overachiever. Overachiever is the name of an achievement in the Xbox 360 version of Cars Race-o-Rama. Its goal is simple. You have to earn every achievement in order to get Overachiever. But, as you can see here from this list on trueachievements.com, no player has ever gotten Overachiever, even though thousands have logged getting all the other achievements. The reason behind this is one of the biggest, most blatant oversights I've ever seen in a video game. As I said earlier, in order to get the Overachiever achievement, you have to get every achievement in the game. But Overachiever stupidly counts itself as one of the achievements you have to get in order to unlock it, meaning it's impossible to get. I can't believe this oversight went through, but it means it's impossible to get all trophies on this version of the game. Radiators of the Lost Spark. In the Cars on the Road episode B movie, Lightning and Mater drive into a town called Rustville, and at one point, they pass by a movie theater. On the marquee, currently playing in that movie theater, is a movie called Radiators of the Lost Spark. Of course, a reference to the first Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark. But that isn't the only reference to Raiders in this Cars on the Road episode. We'll get back to that a little later. Snowspeeder. The background of the card art for the Lightning McQueen as Luke Skywalker crossover diecast actually features his crashed snowspeeder in the background. In The Empire Strikes Back, Luke's snowspeeder, of course, crashes during the Battle of Hoth, after Dak Rattler, the gunner of the snowspeeder, is shot and killed. Luke runs out and then attacks an AT-AT. The snowspeeder being crashed in the background has some dark implications with this being the Cars series. Of course, we could all speculate, oh no, is the snowspeeder alive and now it's dead? Was the snowspeeder Dak? If not, where is Dak? Is he safe? Is he alright? Dak! The true answer behind this is probably that, much like the Luke Skywalker X-Wing diecast we got, the snowspeeder is probably just wings that the cars equip. This crashed, and Luke/McQueen was able to get out safely. Despite the fact that snowspeeders in traditional Star Wars canon have a pilot and a gunner, I'd assume here you just have one, so I guess that means either there is no Dak in the Star Wars Cars series, or Dak is safe and alright. Hashtag where is Car Dak? Sammy Smelter. According to the World of Cars book, Lightning McQueen used to race for a deodorant company called Smell Swell, but he was fired and later picked up by Rusty's. He was fired from Smell Swell and replaced by a car named Sammy Smelter, who then went on to race for the sponsor. Lightning complained that Sammy's racing stinks, but Smell Swell claimed that was exactly why they hired him. His racing stinks, and they sell deodorant. These guys really fired Lightning McQueen and replaced him with someone significantly worse because of a pun. A pun that barely even makes sense. Bet you the guys at Smell Swell were kicking themselves when they watched McQueen when he entered the Piston Cup. Wishables. Wishables is a line of Disney plushes typically sold in the parks. These often come in blind bag series with 4 characters in total, with each blind bag of course including one. In June of 2021, just in time for the 15th anniversary of the Cars series, they released the Cars Land Wishable series, which you could buy at the Disney parks. This included Red, Mater, Sally, a yellow Radiator Springs racer, Lightning McQueen, who was not sold in the blind bags, instead he could be purchased separately, and as chase releases in the blind bags, blue and green variants of the Radiator Springs racers. These were a limited time thing. I don't believe they're sold anymore, but they are pretty cute. I find it very interesting that they based these on Cars Land and then included Sally, who doesn't really appear In Cars Land, other than in Radiator Springs Racers, where like all the townies appear, you had the Radiator Springs Racer itself, you had Mater and Red, who are both sort of walk-around, drive-around characters. I'm surprised the last character wasn't, say, Luigi, who also has a ride to himself. Old Piston Cup logos. Cars 3 revealed that some of the Piston Cup sponsors that we're used to seeing in the Cars series have been sponsors for a very, very long time, dating all the way back to the 1950s. In Thomasville, on the Thomasville Speedway, when Lightning and Cruz visit it, you can see some billboards for familiar sponsors like Leakless and Gasprin, given a more retro look. This is what they looked like back in the 50s, and it really matches the style of 1950s ads really well, in my opinion. Several of the flashback racers that appear throughout the movie also are sponsored by well-known Piston Cup sponsors. Most prominently, Leroy Hemming, the car Doc flips over, is sponsored by Revolting, and some of the other cars have Dynaco logos on them, and a few others. The older Dynaco logo, which also appears on Lizzie's building throughout the entire Cars series, uses a different dinosaur than the one we're used to. Pixar Remix. Pixar Remix is a toy line that launched in 2020, featuring the Toy Story aliens dressed up as characters from a variety of different Pixar movies. While they mainly do characters from Toy Story, Monsters Inc., and a couple of other movies, there have been a few Cars products, including a pin of an alien in a Mater costume. It's kind of weird. They have his face be where Mater's eyes are. A little cursed. I think a lot of these are typically pretty cute, but honestly, this pin is a perfect reason for why they don't really do Cars ones for these. There's actually also, of all things, a Funko Pop of the alien as Mater. Here, it looks a lot more like a traditional Mater costume, where instead of having the alien's head sort of crammed in where Mater's eyes are, they have all of Mater underneath the alien as the bottom part of the costume, and then they hilariously put Mater's siren on the alien's antenna. I'm surprised that this toy line is, I'm pretty sure, still going. Maybe we'll see some more Cars items for it one day, but if they look like that pin, I'll be glad if we never do. For real though, this toy line it's cute, but it's just a little cursed. I didn't need to see what an alien looked like as Roz from Monsters Inc., thank you. Mega Bloks. Before LEGO struck a deal with Disney in 2010, Mega Bloks had the license to make Cars sets, of which they made several in around 2007 and 2008. I had a bunch of these as a kid. They're honestly really cute and they were really fun, and they made quite a few different characters. Countries shaped like characters. Certain Cars 2 posters cleverly warped and edited the shapes of countries and other parts of the world to make them look like the silhouettes of different Cars characters. Ireland is shaped like Mcqueen, Labrador was Mater, Lake Superior was edited to be Francesco, Iceland was Professor Z, and Hispaniola was Finn McMissile. Well, these are a fun little thing. Of course, it's not what the Earth actually looks like in the Cars series. Despite the fact that so many things in the Cars series are carified, the Earth just looks like the normal Earth, as we see when Mater is in space in Moon Mater. Unfortunately, Lake Superior is not shaped like an Italian race car. Sorry to disappoint you. Another poster that didn't shape the countries like characters still kept one country car-shaped, that being an island in the Caribbean, or should I say the Car-Ibbean. American Airlines X Planes. American Airlines is an American airline company with the world's most creative name. And in 2013, when Planes was coming out, they teamed up to deliver a pretty big cross-promotion, which included a lot of different things, including an online game, an online sweepstakes, an ad which featured Dusty Crophopper, El Chupacabra, and a Planesified version of an American Airlines jet. The American Airlines jet Planes character also appeared in some other promotional material for the cross-promotion, and this cross-promotion actually lasted after Planes left the theater, as American Airlines Planes were allowed to play the Planes movie on flights a month before other plane companies were allowed to, getting access to it in October of 2013. Doc's Clinic Crowdfund. In 2019, after the Precision series had already stopped making new releases, Mattel attempted to get its next set out, Doc's Clinic, through a crowdfund. 3,000 backers were needed in order to get the product made, but it didn't go too well. At the time of there only being 2 weeks left in the campaign, only a little over 500 people out of the 3,000 people goal had backed the project. Yeah, it was only 20% backed with 2 weeks left. And while the campaign was extended by a few more weeks, it didn't stand a chance. It did not. I don't know what made them think they could successfully crowdfund a Precision Series set. I'm sorry, guys. It didn't work out. They did say, though, that they were planning on doing another crowdfund later on. We never learned what building that would be for, as it never came to fruition. My guess would probably be the courthouse, but I guess it clicked with them that if nobody wanted Doc's Clinic, no one was going to back a larger building. It's not that people wouldn't want a Precision Series Doc's Clinic set, it's just that I really don't think crowdfunding was the right way to go. It was not the way to get it done. This ended up being the final nail in the coffin for the Precision Series. Cancelled cars with no images. Over the years, the Cars community has scoured high and low to find prototypes of nearly every cancelled Cars diecast ever, but there are still some that don't have any prototype images. These items simply could have been ones that never had prototypes made, or they did have prototypes made and we just never have had them leak in any capacity. The most prominent one that comes to my mind is the race-damaged Fabulous Hudson Hornet. Listed in the 2010 Collector's Checklist booklet, we've never seen an image of this, and again, it begs the question, did they ever even make it, or was it cancelled before they even made a prototype? Others that come to my mind are Brickyardly's Sponsor and Hero Mcqueen with Headset. Some cars from early Cars 3 rumor lists that were presumably cancelled, and we never saw any images of them. And I'm sure there are others out there. If I were to list all of them, this video would be considerably longer than it already is. Carsland albums. Hey you! Yeah, you! Have you wanted to listen to 2 entire albums of Larry the Cable Guy and Tony Shalhoub singing to you about Christmas and Halloween respectively? You didn't? Well, they exist anyway. There have been 3 different albums including music from Carsland. The first, The Music of Carsland, features several different songs that play in the background of the park, as well as several songs that Mater sings on his ride, Mater's Junkyard Jamboree. And then the final thing on the album is just labeled Radiator Springs Racers Attraction Ride Through. It's just the audio of the ride. Later, in 2017, the second album, Season Speedings from Carsland, Holiday Songs from Mater and Luigi, released. This album featured a collection of parody songs and original songs that are sung by Mater and Luigi on their rides during the holiday season, including such classics as Mater's Jingle Jamboree, Tractors, 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 and Jingle Bells de Luigi. In 2018, a follow-up album, Happy Halloween from Carsland, released, with songs including Mater's Graveyard Jamboree, Mater Halloween Square Dance, and Luigi the Hero. These 2 EPs are still available to listen to, so the next time you're putting together a holiday playlist, get rid of Mariah Carey and throw in Cable Guy Larry. Mika Hakkinen. I'm very sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, I almost definitely am. While most people are aware of the international versions of Cars 2 that replaced Jeff Gorvette with different international racing celebrities in the Tokyo party scene, not many people are aware that the same sort of deal happened to Mario Andretti in the first Cars movie. In the Finnish and German dubs of Cars, Mario Andretti is instead voiced by former professional Finnish racer Mika Hakkinen, and he's been given a separate paint job to boot. In the European Spanish dub of the movie, Mario is instead voiced by Fernando Alonso, and despite being voiced by a different racer, he's still given the same design that he has in the first movie. Even though they refer to him as Fernando Alonso and everything, he still just looks like Mario Andretti. Military alphabet names. Each of the Navy fighter jets in the first Planes movie that received a name was named after a letter of the NATO military alphabet. Of course, there's Bravo and Echo, who are featured quite prominently in the movie. There's also Delta, Tango, and Yankee, whose diecast was actually cancelled. Sarah Safe Street plush. In my first Iceberg, I talked about Sarah Safe Street, the State Farm Cars character from the Cars 2 State Farm cross-promotion ad. But did you know she had a plush released? This was some sort of promo item. I don't know how exactly it was released, if it was an employee gift to State Farm workers, or if maybe it could be purchased if you went to like a State Farm agency building. I have no clue. I actually have a relative who worked at State Farm when Cars 2 was coming out, who got like a free water bottle and a Cars 2 t-shirt, but I have no clue about how you could have gotten the Sarah Safe Street plush. Now you could get it on eBay for around $10 to $20. It's just a super interesting, obscure piece of merchandise that nobody really knows about, based off of a super obscure character, and it's also the only piece of merchandise for her. I gotta try to pick it up one of these days. It'd be a pretty fun addition to the collection. Disney Infinity 4.0 Edition. Disney Infinity 4.0 was the cancelled fourth installment in the Disney Infinity series that was originally set to be released in 2017, but was cancelled after they stopped work on Disney Infinity 3.0 in 2016 and cancelled everything that was supposed to come out for that following the Finding Dory playset. The game was pretty ambitious, complete with a full campaign called Disney Infinity Kingdoms, footage of which has since been released online. And being released in 2017, it was of course set to have a bunch of tie-ins with Disney, Pixar, Marvel, and Star Wars movies releasing in 2017, including Thor Ragnarok, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Men Tell No Tales, Coco, Star Wars The Last Jedi, and of course, most relevant to this video, Cars 3. Unfortunately, we don't know what would be made from any of these movies. It would be very interesting to know if they were planning on adding more Cars characters to Infinity. Maybe Jackson and Cruz, I'd assume, or maybe they wouldn't be adding new characters at all and they would just be cosmetic items. Regardless, unfortunately, we don't have any updates. We never found out what they were going to do with any of these properties. I doubt they were really far into development on it. Ride Makers. Ride Makers, spelt with a Z because they're just that cool, is a specialty store that allows you to put together your very own remote control car. You could pick out a chassis, wheels, tires, accessories, and more. Basically, it's like Build-A-Bear, but for large-scale remote control cars. For a time in around 2013, you could put together several different Cars characters at Ride Makers. They provided a wide variety of different Lightning McQueen and Mater chassis to choose from, with different body types and paint jobs. There were also a few different variants of Sally available, as well as a few other characters like Francesco Bernoulli and Finn McMissile. I actually put together a Finn McMissile Ride Makers at the Ride Makers store in downtown Disney in Disneyland in California all the way back in 2014. Unfortunately, that Ride Makers store is now closed, and I also don't think you could put Cars characters together there anymore. Probably the most interesting Ride Makers item in my opinion, other than all the different color variants that they made for Lightning, Mater, and even Sally, is the fact that in 2013, they released a D23 Expo exclusive Ride Makers Lightning McQueen. Easily one of the least known Cars Convention exclusive items. Bounden. Bounden is a 2004 Pixar short in which a jackalope bounces while a song plays about bouncing, and it's like he's singing it to a sheep, but not really, because there's just sort of a narrator saying the lyrics. Anyway, it's easily one of the worst Pixar shorts, but that's beyond the point. Most Cars fans are probably aware of the Bounden short because there's an Easter egg to it in the first Cars movie. Bud the RV has a painting of the jackalope from the short on his back. But there's actually another connection between Cars and Bounden, one that's a lot more cursed. On the original release of the Cars DVD, if you wait for about a minute, you'll see a little Dynaco logo in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Click on it before it disappears, and you will be treated to a very strange 1 minute long short of Lightning and Mater watching a Cars version of Bounden, in which Mater is the jackalope and a practically non-moving McQueen is the sheep. This is just one of the strangest things to come out of the Cars series ever. It feels like a fever dream. It feels like a YouTube Kids video. A bunch of Guidos pop up out of the ground. I don't like it. I did a whole YouTube short about it if you want to see part of it. Hot Shot Racing. Cars Hot Shot Racing was a Java Android mobile game made by Gameloft, who also made Cars Fast as Lightning. This allowed characters to play as a variety of characters racing in a variety of locations. Playable characters included Lightning, Chick Hicks, Aiken Axler, Miguel Camino, Raul Cerul, Mater, Holly Shiftwell, Finn McMissile, Carlo Veloso, Francesco, Shu Todoroki, DJ, Boost, Wingo, Snotrod, and Kabuto. The game has 6 chapters, which include races in several different locations. I never played it, because I come from an Apple family, but if you had this game, let me know how it was in the comments. Cancelled minis. The Mini Racers line has gone on for 6 years now, so there are bound to have been a few cancelled releases. I can only think of 2 personally, but if there are any more out there, definitely let me know in the comments. Those 2 being Metallic Chick Hicks, who appeared on the 2018 collector's poster, and Glow-in-the-Dark Mater, who appeared on some promotional images for an Amazon exclusive multi-pack, but when people ordered the multi-pack, there was no glow-in-the-dark Mater. And while other glow-in-the-dark cars were released, Mater never was one. Todd on the Highway. Todd the Pizza Planet truck actually appears twice in the first Cars movie. While we all know about his appearance later on in the film at the Speedway at the end, he actually appears at the very beginning during the Life as a Highway segment. That yellow-white blob is in fact Todd the Pizza Planet truck, and while I've seen some debate over this over the years, it was recently confirmed in a Cars Fun Facts video posted to Pixar's social media a few months ago. Something I especially love about this Easter egg, other than just how obscure it is and how long it took viewers to find, is the fact that it sort of has more layers to it than your typical Todd cameo. You can see that Todd here is parked outside of a Dynaco gas station. This is, of course, a reference to the first Toy Story movie, when the first time we ever saw a Pizza Planet truck was in a Dynaco gas station, which was also the first time we ever saw Dynaco in anything. So it's cool to see that in this movie, where the Pizza Planet truck is alive and Dynaco is a major plot point, we get a reference to the first appearance of both of them. Car Evolution Chart. In the background of the museum in the Cars on the Road episode Dino Park, we see an evolution chart showing how cars came to be. Much like humans, they started in the ocean and evolved into what they are now, except since everything in the Cars universe is vehicles, they started off as little submarine fish before evolving into land-roaming cars. License to Win. Cars License to Win was a sweepstakes advertised on the back of the package of every 2006 Cars diecast release, saying, "License to Win, collect miles to earn points." Go to carsthemovie.com for details. The miles were available for redemption from April 29th, 2006 through to December 31st, 2006. But I have no idea what the points did. I don't know what the potential prizes were. I couldn't find any information on it. I even tried using the Wayback Machine to archive an older version of the Cars the Movie website, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any information on this. So if you know anything more about the License to Win sweepstakes, definitely let me know. It's on the back of all the cars released in the first year, but nobody really knows what it is. Zurg Train. Lightning Storm Space Assault was a minigame featured in the World of Cars Online, where you would play as Lightning Storm Mcqueen and shoot down spark plug monsters in space, sometimes with the help of Luke Petalwork, who appears as sort of a power-up who just shoots a massive laser out of his fork arms. Probably the most interesting thing about this game is the fact that one of the bosses is Zurg from Toy Story, redesigned to be a part of the Cars universe by making him a massive train. He's a boss that you have to shoot down, and it's a pretty interesting and cool design. This is a very forgotten Pixar reference in the Cars series, and if you're looking at this thinking, oh wow, Zurg Train, that's kinda dumb, it can't possibly be dumber than what they did to Zurg in Lightyear. I thought that movie was perfectly fine, but the Zurg twist was really stupid. Who were the planes fighting? I discussed earlier in the Iceberg how the first Planes movie's military segments are full of references and inspiration from Top Gun. And much like in Top Gun, we never actually learn who the planes were fighting. Skipper never discloses what country or army or military force the enemies they were scouting out at Glendale Canal were, leaving it completely up to fan speculation. Personally, I don't really know. I assume it was probably at some point during the Cold War, but the Jolly Wrenches are named after the Jolly Rogers, a crew that existed during the Second World War, so maybe it was during World War II. We will probably never know. And honestly, I think it's pretty interesting to keep it that way. It's not important who they're fighting. All that's important is what happened to Skipper's crew. Fire and Rescue game DS port. Earlier on in this video, I talked about how the Planes Fire and Rescue video game was only released for the Wii, Wii U, and 3DS. But it turns out a downgraded DS port was planned and probably canceled because in 2014 the DS was just pretty outdated compared to the 3DS. There is a very detailed page on the Cutting Room Floor wiki that goes over basically all we know about the Planes DS port. It's been emulated by fans on several occasions, and a bunch of different assets from it have been archived. So if you want to learn more about it and check out all of the archived assets that were supposed to be in it, definitely make sure to check out that page. Ark of the Covenant. See, I told you there wasn't only one reference to Indiana Jones and B-movie. In addition to Radiators of the Lost Spark playing on a theater marquee, towards the end of the episode, you could actually see a full recreation of the Ark of the Covenant in the movie's prop department, which is such a good Easter egg. It's not even carified, it just straight up is the Ark of the Covenant from Indiana Jones, just in the prop department, appropriately placed alongside a bunch of boxes. I really hope nobody opens it or else their paint's gonna melt off of their body. Road to the Races. Road to the Races was a press tour in 2017 that gave fans a sneak peek at Cars 3 and let them interact with giant-sized models of Lightning McQueen, Jackson Storm, and Cruz Ramirez. The tour hit several different locations, starting off in Disney Springs in March, and moving all the way through the country until the end of June. You could also learn, the science of NASCAR there, but who really cares? Racing Center and On the Road. Before Cars on the Road came out, we, of course, saw several pieces of merchandise, including a playset called the Dynaco Rusty's Racing Center, of course based off of the Rusty's Racing Center from Cars 3. This set included an On the Road Lightning McQueen, as well as a blank yellow Pitty, very similar to the blank yellow Pitty we saw with the color changer of Cruz Ramirez, and as soon as Cruz's On the Road design got revealed in merchandise, fans quickly put together that this was supposed to be a training suit for Cruz, just like the training suit Lightning has in Cars 3 when he visits the Rusty's Racing Center. Everything seemed like it was coming together. And then the show came out, and the Rusty's Racing Center, or rather the Dynaco Rusty's Racing Center, was nowhere to be found. It was just not in the show at all. Cruz still appears. She still appears in this training suit design. In fact, Cruz's diecast, which launched after the show, was initially named Racing Center Cruz Ramirez, confirming that, yeah, this is what Cruz looks like when she has a training suit from the Rusty's Racing Center. But the Racing Center itself was just not in the show. We could only assume that it was cut from the show for whatever reason, which is pretty interesting, but it does make you wonder, maybe Cruz was originally supposed to have, a more significant role than appearing at the wedding at the end? Or maybe she was going to have less of a role, and we were just going to see her very briefly in the Rusty's Racing Center, maybe before Lightning and Mater went on their trip or something, and they decided to put her in the show more. We have no clue. This is all just speculation. Also, they recently renamed Racing Center Cruz to Dynaco Rusty's Cruz, and it's really dumb. Metro. Metro was a canceled Cars spinoff set to be about New York subways. It was to be directed by Steve Loader and Sunil Hall as the co-director, and to be composed by Raphael Sadiq. Information about this canceled film's existence first leaked in late 2022, and a lot of the information we have about it came from director Steve Loader himself. who revealed that production time for the movie had been about 4 years at the time of its cancellation, and that it was originally set for release in 2021. Yeah, so it was a pretty recent Cars spin-off concept. We don't know much about what this movie would have been about beyond the general premise of subway cars in New York, but there is quite a bit of concept art out there online now. If you want to try to piece together a plot, maybe you'd be able to. One prototype poster, it seems, features a tagline "From the World Below Cars," which I think is really interesting, since it's very similar to the tagline for planes, "From Above the World of Cars." This whole situation is really interesting to me. I was really surprised to find out that as late as 2021, Disney was still trying to make Cars spin-off films. I'm usually very against the concept of making more Cars spin-off films about different types of vehicles, but I've really got to say, Metro seems like quite a unique concept. Being based around New York subway trains, it's something we've never really seen in the Cars series before. It could completely stand alone from the Cars series. It just seems like its own thing that just so happens to be adjacent to Cars. It's not a rehash of Cars with different vehicles, and it seems like a lot of love was put into it by the production team. So shout out to all of them. It's great to know that Steve Loader is still working within Disney. He actually went on to develop the Marvel series Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, which airs on Disney Channel now, and Raphael Sadiq returned to do the music for that series. So it's pretty cool to see that these two are still working together within the company, even though they're no longer working on Metro. And from what I've heard, Moon Girl is a very good show, so good work, guys. Richard Petty Experience. The Richard Petty Experience was an interactive experience at the Disney World Speedway. Yes, really, Disney World used to have their own speedway. Outside of the parks, obviously, but still on property, they had their own racetrack, where they held the Richard Petty Experience, of course named after Richard Petty, who the character of the King is based off of. This experience allowed you to ride in a real 600 horsepower stock car. They also had what they called junior ride-alongs that allowed kids from the ages of 6 to 13 to ride alongside the driver safely. And two of the junior ride-along cars available were real-life versions of Sage Vanderspin and Aiken Axler, the Gaskets and Nitroid racers from the first Cars movie. And press releases and blog posts do officially refer to them as Sage Vanderspin and Aiken Axler, which I was honestly pretty surprised to find out. While Sage Vanderspin is seemingly using his exact movie paint job, Aiken Axler was actually given a brand new, unique paint job for this experience. And I gotta say, these look so cool. I would love to get die-casts of these someday. Unfortunately, we probably won't, although some merchandise was made based off of this experience, and by some I mean, I think you could get some posters. This whole experience shut down in 2015 in order to make way for an expansion to the Magic Kingdom parking lot. And no, you can't drive race cars around the Magic Kingdom parking lot, unfortunately. Inaccurate Murray in Cars 3. There are a lot of Cars diecasts out there that are inaccurate to their movie counterparts, but what about a character in the movie who's inaccurate to their movie counterpart? Well, let me introduce you to the Cars 3 design for Murray Clutchburn. When Murray appears on Natalie Certain's board, when she's showing all the different Piston Cup racers who are going to be replaced by Next Gens, he looks like this. Note the red eyebrows. But whenever we see him racing throughout the movie, he has green eyebrows. The red eyebrow design is what went on to be featured in merchandise like his diecast and his mini racer, and I just think it's a very interesting case. I assume that the red eyebrow design was an earlier design for Murray. Yeah, we do have some concept art out there for Murray, which shows him with green eyebrows, but I assume at one point he was planned to have red ones, and they probably changed it pretty late in the game, after the merchandise was already being made, and after this image for him was already made in this scene, and they either forgot or didn't bother to go back to it. And another thing about this scene, which I just think is really funny, is the image used for Mcqueen uses his Cars 3 paint job, which he doesn't have yet. He's still in his beginning of the movie intro paint job. He doesn't get this paint job until after he crashes. the pretty funny continuity error that will now ruin a very, very small part of your viewing experience the next time you watch Cars 3. You're welcome. Cars 2 Arcade. Cars 2, the video game, actually had its own arcade cabinet made. While the cabinet was simply called Disney-Pixar Cars, it was based on the Cars 2 video game. You could play as the entire roster of the console version of the game, not including the DLC characters, but other than that, your options were pretty limited. You could only do a regular race, other modes like the battle race were not available, and there were only 6 tracks you could race on. And these races only had 2 laps instead of 3 like the console version of the game had. The 6 tracks were all taken from the console version of the game, and were given their own difficulty rating. You had Pipeline Sprint, which was labeled as easy, Terminal Sprint and Vista Run were labeled as medium, Harbor Sprint, Buckingham Sprint, and Radiator Sprint, finally, were labeled as hard. What I think is the funniest change made for this version of the game is that every character was made to go significantly faster than in the console version. Combine this with only having 2 laps to a race, and you had a much shorter arcade racing experience. Dock removed from World of Cars Online. In the summer of 2011, the World of Cars Online game received an update for Cars 2, which did things such as add Francesco into the game, update Lightning McQueen's paint job, and hide spy gadgets around the map. But it also removed Doc Hudson from the game. He used to be found driving around Willie's Butte, but he was fully removed from the game in this update to reflect the passing of the character before the events of the movie. I think it's honestly kind of sad that they just fully removed Doc from the game, but I guess in the end it didn't really matter because the game closed less than a year later in early 2012. Junior Piston Cup. The Junior Piston Cup is a league below the regular Piston Cup. It's been referenced twice throughout the Cars series, in the Car Finder and Meet the Cars bios of Sage Vanderspin and Floyd Mulvihill, 2 background racers from the first Cars movie. From reading their bios, we learn that Sage Vanderspin was the youngest ever champion of the Junior Piston Cup, and after leaving it, he entered the regular Piston Cup in 2004, while Floyd graduated from the Junior Piston Cup in 2005. Adam Rodriguez in Cars 3. Adam Rodriguez is a Cars diecast that was recently revealed based on a character from the Cars on the Road episode Trucks. This episode reuses a ton of models from throughout the Cars series, editing them to make them generic background trucks, like taking Mr. Drippy and repainting him, removing the water logo on the side, or taking Tiny Lugsworth, the race fire truck from Cars 3, and removing his race logos to turn him into a fleet of generic blank fire trucks. Well, after the Adam Rodriguez diecast was revealed, people realized that he had race logos on him, and quickly pinpointed that Adam had first appeared in the background of Cars 3. So, this is just a case of them completely reusing a model, not editing it, and now this guy has appeared in both places, but his diecast is released under Cars on the Road. Cars 2/Cars Land and the Muppet Movies. In the 2011 Muppet movie, The Muppets, you could see a poster for Cars 2 outside of the Muppet Theater in several different scenes. And its 2014 sequel, Muppets Most Wanted, aka The Peak of Cinema. No, I'm not joking, this movie is incredible. It's about a Russian terrorist who looks identical to Kermit the Frog, stealing his identity and sending him to a prison. Not making this up, this movie's great, okay? Anyway, in its 2014 sequel, Muppets Most Wanted, the Cars 2 poster has been replaced with a Cars Land poster, and I always thought that was a little funny, just sort of updating this ad in the background to be a more relevant Cars property. The Beatles. A Cars parody of The Beatles exists, and yes, as you'd expect, they are 4 Volkswagen Beetles. I'd assume that their name is spelt like the car and not like the original name of the band, although that's actually never been confirmed. The Beatles cars have only ever appeared once on a poster that Luigi has in one of the Cars comics. They were referenced in another Cars comic when a group of hippies left Radiator Springs singing their song All You Need Is Love, and by singing it I mean they said one line from it and then promptly left the comic. While we know that the Beatles exist in the Cars universe, whether or not the Yellow Submarine exists as a sentient submarine is unfortunately unknown. Webkinz. If you're my age, then Webkinz needs no introduction. A computer game tied to a line of adorable animal plushies that you probably had an unashamedly huge collection of in your childhood. I know I did. Well, in 2017, that's right, Webkinz was still a thing in 2017. They actually had a Cars 3 cross promotion from May 31st to June 17th, where if you found the floating Lightning McQueen in Webkinz World, you could click on it and win a prize. Although, apparently, according to the Webkinz World's news website, it was only available to players in Canada. Common prizes included a racetrack, a curved racetrack, and a stadium seat. Uncommon prizes included toy cars of Jackson, Storm, Cruz Ramirez, and Lightning McQueen, and the rarest prize was a Lightning McQueen race car. Can we just talk about the fact that McQueen is just, like, that's not what McQueen looks like? Why is he like a knockoff? This is an official cross promotion, right? Why does he look like this? Cruz and Storm look fine. What is with McQueen? Petrov Oil Ski. I believe it was my first Iceberg video where we talked about how the character Petrov Trunkov was originally going to be much more important in Cars 2. Concept art shows him basically having the same role that Grem had in the final film. But, interestingly, he wasn't always called Petrov Trunkov. Early merchandise prototypes feature the name Petrov Oil Ski instead. You could see it written on the back of this Character Stars 3 pack, but by the time the pack was released, it was changed to Petrov Trunkov. The Cars Geotrax line also released Petrov, once again naming him Petrov Oilski. This one actually made it to shelves with this name, but it was later corrected in a running change, changing it from Petrov Oilski to Petrov Trunkov. But Petrov Oilski actually wasn't his only prototype name. Early rumor lists for Cars 2 diecasts name him Zapor, not exactly sure how to pronounce that, which once again points to the fact that Petrov was probably gonna have a bigger role. He had a completely different name instead of just first name and type of lemon last name. Zapor is an interesting name, but hey, at least it's better than his other prototype name, A. Trunkov. Just A. Trunkov. Take 5 a Day suggests that this is probably the first initial of his name, and his real name is something like Alexander or Anthony, but I like to think that it's just a Trunkov. He's just a Trunkov. That's it. Why does this guy have so many names? He's like the P. Diddy of the Cars universe. Angry Birds Friends. In the third week of October 2022, Angry Birds Friends weekly tournament featured 2 levels that heavily referenced the Cars series, including this one with a lightning bolt, a item that looks very much like a piston cup, complete with the letter P in the middle, and the word ka-chow, and a second one featuring a Route 66 sign and a few different buildings. These 2 levels are completely unlicensed. It's not some sort of a licensed Disney crossover. That's why they don't really use any copywritten material, just sort of imagery like the lightning bolt and a car that looks vaguely like McQueen and an item that looks vaguely like a piston cup and just the word ka-chow, which I guess Disney hasn't copywritten, or maybe they did. I don't know, but I just thought this was kind of funny as an unlicensed reference. It happened rather recently. Did you even know Angry Birds Friends was still a thing? I played that when I was like 8. Luigi removed from cutscenes. The Cars Toons Mater's Tall Tales video game reused scenes from the Cars Toons to act as its cutscenes. But any clips involving Luigi, such as the opening scene from Unidentified Flying Mater, actually had him digitally removed, as it seems the developers didn't have the rights to include Fiats in their game.
I'm banishing you to the Shadow Realm. No! Much better.
Jerry on the Mega Poster. The Cars Mega Poster is iconic, and it features an insane amount of characters from the first Cars movie, with more important ones in the front and more obscure ones as we move into the back. Of course, you also have some larger characters in the back, like Mac, some tractors, and up in the sky you have a few different air vehicles. But there's one character that I never realized was on the poster, one who is so hidden it took me 17 years to find. You see, I use the Cars Mega poster as my laptop background, and just the other day, I noticed something odd in the corner of my screen. If you look very, very closely, above the Radiator Spring sign, next to Ramon's, driving across the road in the background, it's Jerry Recycled Batteries. Did anyone have any idea that he was on the poster? I had no clue my entire life that he was here. He's super hidden in the background, and most versions of the poster for sale actually cut him off so that you could only see his cab. It is very hard to see him, and I just think it's super cool. That's yet another Cars character on the Mega poster. And it's so cool to see that I'm still finding background characters even over 15 years later. Captain Longleggy's real name. The souped-up, post-apocalyptic ice cream truck in the Cars on the Road episode Road Warriors is jokingly referred to by Mater as Captain Longleggy. It's just sort of Mater making fun of the guy and not knowing what to call him. But the character is actually listed in the credits as Captain Longleggy as well, which means that we don't actually know what his real name is. He's yet to receive any merchandise, but I bet you when he does, he'll still be named Captain Longleggy, and we will probably never know what this character's real name is. Mater can't leave Tire Maze. This is one of my favorite little details in the entire Cars series. If you look closely at the world's largest tire maze that Lightning and Mater are in Cars on the Road, and you try to plot out a path for Lightning and Mater, you can see that Lightning has a pretty clear and easy way to get out, but Mater is actually completely stuck. In fact, if you try to draw out a path like I did during my Dino Park episode breakdown, you'll realize that Mater has no way in or out of the maze. We have no clue how he got stuck here. This is just a little visual gag that you probably didn't even notice while watching the episode, and I absolutely love this detail. Cars 2 the video game lost paint jobs. There are several paint jobs from the handheld port of Cars 2 the video game that you were supposed to be able to unlock through different means, like redeeming codes. But they've been lost to time. Yeah, we don't know what the codes are to unlock these characters, other than the code to get the Materhosen skin. And even if you had these codes, you wouldn't be able to redeem them anyway, as they were linked to a website that shut down in 2012. These are all considered lost media, as despite the existence of these characters in the game's files, exactly how to unlock them in the game officially is unknown or just unobtainable. RV Monsters U logo. This is an Easter egg in Cars 3 that I never see anyone talk about, simply because it's practically impossible to see in Cars 3, and you have to look at merchandise to find it instead. On his spare tire cover on his back, RV actually has a little Monsters University sticker, obviously referencing the Pixar movie of the same name and the fictional school within it. Of course, it's just a fun little Easter egg. We know that the Monsters Inc. movies exist in the Cars universe as Monster Trucks Inc., although I believe this is the only time Monsters University has been referenced instead of Monsters Inc. So it's funny to think that RV's a fan of the movies and bought a little sticker to put on his back, just like how you'd see people with bumper stickers or car window stickers representing their favorite movie series in real life. Firehouse Wanted sign. The 2023 Red's Firehouse playset has a really fun Easter egg included on one of the stickers you put inside of it. One sticker includes a little wanted sign, and above it a blurry image of DJ, Boost, Wingo, and Snotrod driving on the highway in the first Cars movie. It's a really fun Easter egg, easily one of my favorite little references they've put in a Cars playset. I really like it. You just have the four of them, and they're all wanted still, I guess, after all of these years. Also, next to it, this doesn't really warrant its own entry, but I just wanted to bring up the fact that the map shown next to it is actually just the same map that they've been using as the background for Cars on the Road merchandise, and I think that's kind of funny. Race-o-Rama modification continuity error. Look, I know that's a really long and clunky name, but that is like the fourth name I came up with for this segment, and somehow it was the shortest one. For whatever reason, this segment was just really hard to name. But the concept is pretty simple. In the console port of Cars Race-o-Rama, in all the console versions, Lightning McQueen gets modified, gets different paint jobs and upgrades and such when going from location to location. In the handheld version, though, this doesn't carry over, and he just stays in his Radiator Springs paint job throughout the entire game. This in itself is, of course, a continuity error that separates the console version from the handheld version, but there's an additional continuity error within the handheld version. The handheld versions of the game feature the same cutscenes as the console version, they just swap out McQueen's modified paint job to his appropriate Radiator Springs paint job to match with the rest of the console version. The one problem here, though, is that the dialogue is reused, which means in a scene where Chick Hicks comments on Lightning getting a new look, it doesn't make sense. Since they were just reusing the dialogue from the console version, and he doesn't get a new look in the handheld version, it causes another continuity error.
You know, Chick, for a car that doesn't race, you sure look the part.
Oh, see, you got all dressed up too.
Yeah, I've been saving this for a special occasion. And any time I get a chance to beat you, it's definitely a special occasion.
I got a little secret for you.
You know, Chick, for a car that doesn't race, you sure look the part.
Oh, see, you got all dressed up too.
Yeah, I've been saving this for a special occasion. And any time I get a chance to beat you, it's definitely a special occasion.
I got a little secret for you.
Around 2016 or so, Mattel released mini plastic playsets of Luigi's Costadella tires and Ramon's House of Body Art. These were very simple plastic playsets that just opened and closed on a hinge and had like one play feature inside of them. I vaguely remember seeing these sold when I was in Disney World in 2016. I never saw them anywhere else, although I'm sure they were sold anywhere else. It was just the only time I ever saw them. And nowadays, you're hard-pressed to find any information about these online. I found Amazon listings without prices, official names, or box images, but if I find anything else about these in editing, I'll make sure to include it on screen. Hi, Ty in editing here, and I just found the Ramon set for sale on eBay, and it's selling for $180. As you can see, it came with a plastic Ramon. I also found a review on it and the Luigi set from the YouTube channel Disney Toys Review, which shows the box for both of them and also shows that the Luigi set came packed in with a plastic McQueen. Interestingly, although only 2 buildings were released, a Sarge's Surplus Hut was planned to be released as well, but as far as we know it was cancelled. As you can see, this set also would have come with a plastic Sarge. Chick Murphy. Chick Hicks' original name was Chick Murphy, as you can see from this early render of his hauler, which labels him as Chick Murphy number 86 instead of Chick Hicks number 86. And while his name was, of course, changed to the now iconic Chick Hicks, there still is one place where the name Chick Murphy remains to this day. That being the French dub of the GBA port of Cars the video game. Yeah, we're going obscure for this one. Thank you to Marcus Lafrano on my Discord server for informing me about this. I never would have known otherwise. So when you beat Chick Hicks in a race, his name came up as Chick Murphy, even though he was still referred to as Chick Hicks in the cutscenes of the game. Yeah, for whatever reason, they forgot to remove the name Chick Murphy and replace it with Chick Hicks when you beat him. Marcus also shared with me that Chick was originally going to be number 17, which is interesting as well. Building behind Flo's. In Cars 2, an additional building was added behind Flo's V8 Cafe for no explained reason. And then, as of Cars 3, it was gone once again. So, what's the deal with this? Well, if you've ever been to Cars Land, then you might know that Flo's is a full restaurant there, but since you aren't a car, you don't eat outside by the gas pumps. You go into the back of the building, and there's this other big building attached to Flo's where you sit down and you dine in there. Cars Land was being designed at the same time that Cars 2 was being made, so I guess they decided to copy this large building in the back of Flo's and Cars Land where us humans would sit and eat and put it into the Flo's model in Cars 2. This is still just really weird. I guess it's probably extra seating in the Cars universe, but then again, it was removed by Cars 3, so I guess it doesn't even matter. Let's just act like it never existed. Everybody else doesn't know it exists. Let's just act like it doesn't. It's only in Cars Land. It's fine. Oscar animation. Back in the day, they used to create original animation for the Best Animated Feature Academy Award, placing, superimposing the animated characters in the crowd. I always thought it was kind of dumb. Honestly, I'm kind of glad they stopped doing it because it allows us to give more appreciation to the people that make the movie instead of its fictional characters. Haha, just kidding. The Oscars don't respect animation at all. Anyway, in 2007, Cars lost the Oscar to Happy Feet. Yeah, the one with the dancing penguins. That movie. Yeah, somehow that has an Oscar. Anyway, there was animation created of Lightning and Mater sitting and watching and then being a little disappointed after they didn't win. But supposedly there is animation out there, alternative animation that was made in case they had one. I'm not sure if this alternate animation is available or if it's lost media. Some movies have their alternative winning, losing animation found. Not sure if Cars is one of those. I searched pretty hard and couldn't find anything on it. So if you know, or if this is lost media that eventually gets found, let me know in the comments. Just think it's pretty interesting that they had to create separate sets of animation for a win or a loss. Obviously here Cars lost to Happy Feet. Racer 65. When Lightning stops to get a pit stop at the beginning of the first Cars movie, if you look very closely at the scoring pylon in the background, you can see the number 65 listed on the leaderboard. However, there is no Piston Cup racer numbered 65. The only car throughout the entire Cars series who's numbered 65 is the Trunk Fresh racer that we see in the 2005 Cars teaser. Of course, that teaser didn't use any animation from the final film and used completely different racer designs. But I guess you could speculate that maybe Trunk Fresh or another racer was originally meant to be number 65. They changed it later on in production, but forgot to edit it in this shot. If it's not that, then it's probably just an animation error, in which case I think it's pretty funny, but it is a very, very small little error, so I can totally see why it slipped past Pixar. Either way, I hope Racer 65 wins one of these days. We're all rooting for him. Ice Race. Disney Infinity Ice Race was the third book in a set of children's chapter books that take place in the Toy Box, the world creator within the Disney Infinity game series. It features a bunch of the different playable characters from Disney Infinity interacting and engaging in different activities. In this book in particular, the third one, Elsa from Frozen, decides to throw a big ice race. And this book in particular is notable for this iceberg because it features Mcqueen and Mater. You can even see Mcqueen on the cover here. I don't believe these two, or any of the Cars characters for that matter, appear in any of the other three books in this series. I just had to throw this on the iceberg because, I mean, this is a book where Lightning and Mater interact with other characters from other Disney properties. They're interacting with humans and other Disney characters, and while Disney characters tend to cross over quite a bit in like promotional stuff and stuff for the parks, the Cars characters are typically kept out of that on account of them being talking cars who exist in a world where no humans exist. You know, it's not often that Disney has them interact with other Disney characters. That is exceptionally rare and honestly kinda cursed. Mounted Tractor Head. Cars 2 concept art, originally set to be in the Germany portion of the film, which was cut from the film, features a mounted tractor head on a wall, like it had been hunted. This is pretty funny. It's also pretty dark. You're telling me that they hunt tractors in the Cars universe? Why? They're literally the equivalent of cows. Why would you be hunting a cow? I don't know. Obviously, this was done just to be a fun, like, Easter egg, maybe to put in the background of a bar or some other location in Germany, obviously. And tractors are really the only animal we see in the Cars series at that point, so having one mounted on the wall is pretty funny. But how on earth did they do that? How do you cut half the tractor off? What sort of power tools did they use? It's made of metal, man. Monster Truck Mater uses tractor wheels. Now, I'm not referring to Mater in the short Monster Truck Mater. Instead, I'm talking about Mater's monster truck design from the video game Cars Mater National, which actually predates Monster Truck Mater. If you look closely at the wheels on this Mater design that you play as in some parts of the game, you can see that he's actually wearing the exact same types of wheels that the tractors use throughout the Cars series, which is honestly a pretty fun detail. I mean, it is potentially kind of morbid. Did Mater rip those off of a tractor? Were the tractors already dead? Or can a car in the Cars series just buy and wear tractor wheels if they so choose? And on that note, if you raise tractors in the Cars universe, do you have to supply them with wheels? Can you choose to give them different types of wheels? Because cars can change their wheels and their tires, right? We see that frequently in the Cars series, and that's how real-life cars work. Are cars in the Cars series born with wheels? Or are they born without wheels and then must be given wheels? I'm gonna go lay down. Mater's Junkyard Crane. The Cars Wood Collection's Mater's Junkyard playset made a very interesting decision. They decided to put a crane in Mater's Junkyard. Now, that isn't anything all that uncommon. We've seen that done before in Cars playsets. I'm pretty sure there was even a Mattel set that included Mater's Junkyard with a crane. Just allows kids to pick up things and move them around the junkyard. It's perfectly fine. But here's where it gets weird, because the Wood Collection's crane has a face with buck teeth. I think that may very well make this crane with a face the most obscure character in the entire series. I'm going to go on record right now and say you could not find a more obscure Cars character than this crane with a face in Mater's Junkyard in one wooden playset that's never appeared in anything else ever. There is no crane in Mater's Junkyard in the movies or anything else, but here they made one and it has a face. That's it. We've reached the bottom. You cannot find me a more obscure character. I dare you to. Gear up for adventures. In 2020, this image circulated online, featuring Lightning, Mater, Sally, Sarge, and Fillmore in what seemed to be road trip gear, with the tagline, "Gear up for adventures." At the time, there had been rumors swimming around online that there was some sort of Disney Plus Cars show in the works about the Radiator Springs cars going on a road trip. So this image became pretty synonymous with that. Even more so after the series was officially announced at Disney Investor Day in 2020. We all assumed that this was some sort of leaked promotional image, and as time went on, some more stuff came out regarding it, including some seemingly pieces of concept art with the characters gathered around a campfire, and even some merchandise, like a puzzle and some stationery. In early 2021, Disney released an official Cars Kahoot. Two of the questions' answers were Mater and Fillmore, and the images used were brand new renders based off of this Gear Up for Adventures art, with Mater in his bucket hat and Fillmore in his road trip travel gear as well. So everyone continued to assume that this was all some sort of early promotion for the upcoming Cars Disney Plus series. And then it wasn't. Yeah, none of this ever came to fruition in Cars on the Road, and this whole thing has sort of been lost to time, and it's pretty confusing. From what I've heard, this is some sort of canceled toy line, maybe similar to the 2016 Road Trip line or the fan favorite series. This was just some sort of canceled toy line that was going to be about the characters gearing up for adventure, and that's why we got some items released, like stationery and a puzzle, and why the renders were made and all that. The fact that there was concept art always sort of throws me off. Maybe this was some sort of canceled short. I doubt it. My best guesses are early concept for Cars on the Road, what I've heard, which is, again, canceled merchandise line, or maybe some sort of canceled early concept for the Cars road trip ride that opened in Disneyland Paris in early 2021. at the end of the day, we really don't know what this was supposed to be. So if you have any more information on this, definitely let me know in the comments. This is one of the topics I'm most interested in the whole Iceberg, and one of the things I really want to try to uncover and peel back the layers up and just try to figure out. Heavy Metal Mater minigames. The files for the Cars Toons Mater's Tall Tales video game feature several tutorials for Heavy Metal Mater games that were cut. In the final version of the game, Heavy Metal Mater is not represented at all, but these tutorials show that it was planned to be in the game at one point. There was going to be a bingo game while Mater was performing on stage, a tire stacking game inside the diner that Mater performs outside of in the short, and like Jenga with tires. With stuff this boring, it's no wonder they cut Heavy Metal Mater from the game. 1/64 scale Mcqueen. There's a prototype image out there of a Lightning McQueen in 1/64 scale. 1/64 scale, for those of you who don't know, is the scale that Hot Wheels uses. It's a bit smaller than 1/55 scale, which is what's used for Cars diecasts from Mattel. So it seems that originally the Cars diecasts were going to be made in 1/64 scale, but they bumped them up to 1/55, which isn't as common, but it's been explained before that this was done to allow for more details to be included on the characters and for the details to pop out better. I've also heard a rumor that supposedly this 1/64 scale Mcqueen was just supposed to be a Hot Wheels release back in the day, and that supposedly originally the Cars diecast line was just going to be a sub-series of Hot Wheels. Again, I don't know how true that is, so take this one with a pretty big grain of salt, but still pretty interesting to think about. 40113. For some weird reason, in the original Cars video game trilogy, Cars the Video Game, Mater National, and Race-o-Rama, Mater's license plate didn't say A113, instead it said 40113. Why they didn't give him his iconic Pixar Easter egg license plate and instead did this, I have no idea. And honestly, this is going to bother me for the rest of my life. I kind of wish I didn't know this, if I'm being honest. I was happy living in obliviousness to the fact that Mater has the wrong license plate in all three of the original Cars video games, for no explained reason. Gear Up and Go Dinoco Lightning McQueen. Gear Up and Go Lightning McQueen was a toy first released in 2007, and the point of it was pretty simple. You're given a McQueen with several different swappable parts, like different eyes, mouth plates, and spoilers, that allows you to turn him into several of Lightning's different looks from throughout the Cars series. It's a concept that's been used again and again over the years, sometimes using the Gear Up and Go branding, sometimes not. It's pretty common in Cars toys. But you know what isn't common? Gear Up and Go Dinoco Lightning McQueen, an item so obscure you could barely find any documentation on it online. I could not find any video reviews on this. I couldn't find any Take 5-a-day articles on this. All I could find were a few people selling it loose on eBay for several $100s. This thing is stupid rare. The only other information I could find about this guy online is from a Take 5-a-day forum user's post, which also provides the only in-box image of this that I could find on the internet. Judging from the box, you can tell that he was released in 2007, same as the original Gear Up and Go McQueen. But things get weird when you read the user's forum post, as they say that they found this in their Toys R Us in 2012, and it was so old that the computer didn't even register the item. There's only one comment on this forum post from another user saying that they've never heard of a Gear Up and Go Dinoco McQueen, suggesting that maybe it was probably supposed to be canceled, but some items still made it to retail, which is probably the best assumption we can make. This thing was probably supposed to be canceled, and some just made it to retail. Now would probably be a good time to say that I actually own this item. I've had it since I was a kid, and I had no idea it was so rare until one of my viewers, Marcus Lafrano, pointed it out to me a few years back. I was baffled to find out that I had just had this super rare McQueen toy that was probably supposed to be canceled, and I'd had it basically all my life. I think I got it when I was like 4 or 5. I'm planning on doing a whole video about this Mcqueen where I try to dive deeper, but there's really not that much information out there. I definitely want to review this guy someday, because again, I had no clue how rare this was. Nurse Corey Painted Base. For some strange reason, the 2010 Cars Toons diecast Nurse Corey has part of her base painted in silver. This is something that's never happened before. Cars diecasts never have their bases painted in. The only exception was a few years later when some Precision Series cars got painted bases because those are Precision Series and were supposed to be a higher quality. So yeah, I have no clue why part of Nurse Corey's base was painted in. I don't know if anyone knows. I don't know if anybody even knows that this is a thing in the first place. It is just a very strange one-off thing, and I don't think any other car has ever had a painted base like this. Of course, the whole base isn't painted, but still, the fact that part of it is pretty strange. Runners. This is one of my favorite Cars discoveries I have ever made in my life. To promote Cars 3 over in Japan, they made an ad called Runners, where they parodied Cars 3, but they made it about kids running high school track. You had one guy as Mcqueen, you had a girl dressed in yellow as Cruz. It's great, and I absolutely love it. There's even a guy as Mater. It's great. I don't want to spoil any of this now. I fully plan on making a whole video about this in the future, because it's just absolutely incredible. The only thing I'll say is, instead of Mcqueen's crash here, the runner, Mcqueen, trips and falls. Disneyland Dubai. In 2014, concept art for a new Disneyland park in Dubai leaked. The project was eventually scrapped and never happened, but one of the most interesting things about the concept art to me is the Cars section. This park was supposed to include a Radiator Springs Racers, the same as the ride in Cars Land in California, but it wasn't going to have a full Cars Land. There was just going to be a little Radiator Springs-esque area. You could see the Radiator Springs Mountains here on the concept art, as well as a few randomly scattered cozy cones, and this was supposed to be just a little small Cars area that Radiator Springs Racers would be built into, instead of doing a full Cars Land. This would have made Disneyland Dubai the only other park in the world to have a Radiator Springs Racers ride, and it would also be the only park to have that ride and not have a Cars Land. But, of course, this fell through. Dirty Words. There's a file within Cars International that's simply titled Dirty Words, and from what I've heard, it includes over 300 pieces of profanity. I guess this was put into the game's files so that the developers knew what words to not use in the game. Thank you, THQ. Thank you for reminding all of your developers that this is a children's game and thus should not include profanity. What was the point of this? Tornado Fire. Get ready, because this one is about to fry your brain cells and leave you asking, what did you just say? In Planes the video game, there's a character who's a pity named Pete, who warns Dusty of a bunch of tornadoes that are surrounding Prop Wash Junction. But, luckily for you, Pete has a device called a Tornado Fire, which disintegrates the tornadoes. That's right, in the Cars universe, we have an item that just disintegrates tornadoes, just zaps them away, and it's there in the Planes video game. He also has a giant magnet called the Tractor Roundup Magnet that he makes you use to get tractors away from the tornadoes. So, like, where was Pete in the movies? If he has this thing to take out a tornado, imagine what kind of machine he has to get rid of fires.
I might be able to help with my new invention. Go to the airfield and get my Tornado Fire.
Get your what?
My Tornado Fire.
Pete, you're a farmer.
It's important to have hobbies, Dusty.
Come on, pick up the Tornado Fire.
It worked! It really worked!
Taken numbers. In the world of Cars Online, you can make your very own racer with their very own number, as long as that number wasn't the same number as one of the main characters. Yeah, you couldn't use 95, 43, or 86. And in the most hilarious case of video game censorship since giving Mithra pants in Smash Bros, you couldn't make your racers number 69. No, I'm not joking. This is not a joke. They legitimately did not include that number. You could not have that be the number of your racer. Imagine you're a kid, and I assume most kids playing the World of Cars online are not going to understand that there's some sort of dirty connotation with that number, right? Imagine you're a kid and you just want to give your racer that number, so you go to 68 and then you click the next number and it just goes to 70. What do you think? If anything, that's gonna make people think that there's something going on there. Come on, Disney, this isn't how... This is like the stupidest case of censorship I've ever seen, and I love it. Ant-Man concept art. The final battle of Marvel Studios' 2015 movie Ant-Man is iconic, with Ant-Man and his enemy Yellowjacket shrunken down fighting on a Thomas train table in his daughter's room. Then, the Thomas train is hit by a Pym particle, causing it to become massive, exploding through the house. However, early concept art doesn't show Thomas crashing through the house. Instead, it shows a giant toy of Sheriff from Cars, suggesting that at one point they were going to involve toy Cars characters in some capacity. Maybe this was a backup if they couldn't get the Thomas license, or maybe this was just the original plan, because remember, Disney owns Marvel and also Pixar, who makes Cars, and thus it probably would be a lot easier to have done that. At the end of the day, though, I'm glad they did the Thomas train instead. I think that's 1,000 times funnier than them fighting around toy Cars characters. Viewer Cars. In 2015, Cars blog site Take 5 A Day released an article showcasing a prototype item called a viewer car. This was something considered before Mattel landed on making cars with lenticular eyes in 2009. Originally, instead of the cars having moving lenticular eyes, you were going to be able to look inside of the car and see a lenticular scene. Okay, honestly that's pretty cool. Maybe not the worst idea. And considering just how much fans hated the lenticulars when they were released, maybe this would have been a better option. Well, funny story there. When you flip the car around, you'll see what the issue is. This is how you looked into the back of the car and saw the lenticular scene within. So, it's nice to know, as bad as the lenticulars were, we could have gotten something much, much worse, but at least much, much funnier, right? Well, here we go. The final entry in the iceberg. Human in a car. In Cars Mater National, at the end of the last stadium race, you could see Lightning McQueen and Giovanni, who he just raced, on a big Jumbotron. And on either side of them is an image of a car. But this car has a person in it. It's clearly some sort of piece of clip art of just a guy driving a car in silhouette, but the fact that it got into the game is an insanely huge oversight. Who approved of the usage of this image that depicts an actual human man's head in silhouette in the car? Maybe the people making the game thought it looked like an eye, but it doesn't. That is very clearly a guy's head and a steering wheel and everything. No, this isn't some dark, there are humans in the Cars universe confirmed. No, it's just a funny, continuity error. Not even continuity error. It is just an error. It's just a big, dumb mistake that was left in this game. It's just a huge oversight, and it's pretty crazy. The fact that they went through with this is just, what? And there you have it. We've reached the end of the Disney-Pixar Cars Iceberg Part 3. This video was longer than the Snyder Cut of Justice League. Wow. Once again, I'd like to thank all of you so much for helping contribute with your ideas and your knowledge about the Cars series. And once again, huge thank you to my 3 editors, AquaMarina, RobinTalesFighter, and Rashid Reviews, for helping out with this video. Like I said before, this is it. This is the final Cars Iceberg, the third and final one. There's still other Cars content out there in the world. I'm sure down the road, if I wanted to, I could scrounge up enough Cars content to make another Cars Iceberg, but for now, this is the end. What I would like to do in the future, though, is a massive video where I just cut together the segments of all 3 Iceberg videos onto one massive Iceberg, maybe add a few updates to outdated segments from the first 2 or other things like that, but for now, considering the fact that that video would be a total of 8 hours and I don't think my laptop can handle that, I'm going to pass on that, but someday I would like to combine all 3 of these into one ultimate Cars Iceberg, just splicing it together, reusing clips. But yeah, for now, this is the end of the Cars Iceberg series. If you like this series, make sure to stick around on my channel. I've got a lot of great stuff coming up soon. I want to do a lot more videos going over obscure things in the Cars series. I have a series called Have You Heard Of, where I talk about obscure Cars content, and I haven't made many episodes in the past year because of the Iceberg, because this has basically been like that on steroids, so I'd like to get back to doing those more frequently. So if you like this sort of content, definitely check out that series on my channel, and stick around if you like what you see, because I do a lot more than just these Iceberg videos. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you so much for all the support here on these videos, on the channel, in the past year. It's been crazy. I'll see you guys next time. Bye now.
Come on, pick up the D-Tornado-ifier.